Me salgo, suerte.
Gracias, Víctor.
Gracias.
Bien, buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry that there's been a slight delay. But welcome, everyone, to the third International Symposium on Training and Sports Nutrition from the University. I'm very lucky to be a professional trainer, and also I'm directing this master. I've been doing so for the last 10 years. It's considered to be one of the most important in the area of nutrition and sports recovery. And we've got one of the best team of teachers in the world. So welcome once again. Now, before I introduce the speakers, I'd like to start by introducing the authorities who are going to be accompanying us and who are in charge of the University School of Madrid. We've got the Dean, Francisco López. Marisa Sainz, welcome. Thank you very much, Sergio. Yes, for me it's a real privilege to be here in this inauguration, this third symposium, as you said. Now, to be able to have an event of these characteristics is great. And this year, to have more than 6,000 people attending, this is a real pleasure for us. First of all, allow me to wish all of you on this 25th of September that both you and your families are well, I hope. we're going through difficult times across the world. Now, of these more than 6,000 people attending, we have people from all over the world. And this is very exciting. It's now 3 in the afternoon in Madrid, but I believe we have people attending from all different timetables around the world. So good morning to everyone, or good evening, depending on where you are. So as I said, this is a symposium from the Real Madrid University School. Now, this is a school began 14 years ago. And it began with the idea of generating leaders in the world of sport for the coming years. And gradually we've consolidated this along with Real Madrid, with this strategic alliance which began 14 years ago between the Universidad Europea de Madrid and Real Madrid. And this has created an elite set of teachers. We've got programs in all specific areas within the area of sport. And we have more than 10,000 professionals from the world of sport and from the world of sporting science and in sporting management, sporting marketing, sports training, physiotherapy, health activities, sports psychology, all different areas relating to sport. And we have professionals from around the world in all of these areas who've taught in our school and are strengthening this sector. I don't want to go into much more detail. I'd like to wish all of those of you who are attending that you enjoy these 4 days. And I'd like to thank you and Hernan that once again you've organized this workshop. They're of top quality. In the last years, they've been wonderful, and I'm sure they will be again this year. And that's thanks to all of the speakers who've been able to speak today, and you're the best trainers in this area around the world. The best minds in the world of sports nutrition. So I'd like to thank all of the team who've made this possible. All of you who've allowed us to transmit this knowledge around the world across different timetables thanks to technology. So I'd like to thank all the technicians, all the marketing team with Victor leading them. And they've worked very hard to make this possible. Now, without this teamwork, without this winning spirit, none of this would have been possible. So I hope everything goes very well. I hope that we can transmit this knowledge across the world to all of you. And now I'd like to give the floor to the director of the school, Marisa Sainz, to say a few words in this inauguration. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on where you are. I know that you're connecting from all different parts of the world. We've got a list of all the countries, and it was easier to name the countries that were no one attending because we've got so many different countries amongst all of the 6,000 people attending. Now, as Paco, the dean, said, Sergio and Hernana, we really are working very hard to make the symposium take place, and the master as well in general. And the symposium is a kind of summary of what you see in the masters, which we've prepared with great care. And I'd like to thank all the teachers. Not all the teachers are able to speak here. They can't all fit into the symposium. But here you can see the quality of the teachers that we have in the program. Now I'd like to summarize what's so special about the school and about the symposium. Part of what you're going to see now is the teachers. Of course, each speaker speaks for an hour and a half, and the masters, obviously, They can speak for much longer in classes. Now, another key of this school is that there's top quality teachers which really are leading the sector. It's the fact that it's international, both the school and those who are attending. 72% of the students are international. And again, this shows the strength of the masters. And the dean mentioned something interesting, is that it's so important for a nutritionist to understand trainers and vice versa, and also to be able to relate to the sports director, physiotherapist. That's how we work in sport. There's a joint learning, and this is a good example of joint learning that we see in the masters in the symposium. We have a very good technical team to lead all of this. Everything works smoothly, and the university has invested a lot in technology. We've actually gone even further than what has been required, and so the masters is going to be able to do both face-to-face and online with these modern technologies, and it even allows interaction online. And a lot of investment is being made in allowing the best laboratories, predictive systems, artificial intelligence. That's the idea in the school, and that's something you'll see when you listen to these speeches. I don't want to take too much time away from them. We'd like to get on with this. I'd like to thank all of you for listening. I hope that you enjoy it, and I hope to be able to see you throughout the year in one of these programs. Thanks very much, Sergio. Yes, thank you very much.
Sí, buenas tardes a todos.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Es un placer para mí estar hoy con
It's a great
vosotros
pleasure
aquí
for
en
me
este-
to
en
be
este
here
Symposium
today
internacional.
in this international
Por
symposium.
supuesto, agradeceros a todos la participación, a todas aquellas empresas que han
I'd
colaborado
also
con
like to
nosotros
thank
para
all
que
of the
esto
collaborating companies
pueda salir adelante.
who've made this possible.
Gracias desde aquí, porque desde luego es imprescindible su apoyo.
Of course, their
Esperemos
support has been
que
absolutely
os guste
essential.
el programa que hemos preparado y como
We hope that you
comentaba
enjoy this
Marisa,
program.
pues, este programa es un poco una
As
pequeña
Marisa said,
representación
this is a
del
sort of
profesorado que luego, si
representative
alguien va a hacer un
representative
máster como
sample of the
profesor durante el
teachers and the
máster,
masters.
si alguien está interesado en hacerlo, pues que sepa que es más o menos lo que vamos a encontrarnos en el máster.
So what you see in the
Poco más,
symposium
no
is
quiero entretener
represents what we're going to
porque
see in the masters. Now,
lo
I don't want
interesante
to
está por venir,
go on for
más
much
que lo
longer.
que
I'd
nosotros
like to
digamos es lo que van a decir ahora, a continuación. Así que, nada, espero que disfruten
So I'd like
mucho
to, I hope that you enjoy this as much as
toda la sesión
possible.
de hoy y de los sucesivos días.
I hope you
Y
enjoy
poco
today
más, nos
and
iremos
the following
viendo
days.
estos días por aquí, por el simposio. Muchas gracias. Sergio, cuando quieras.
Thank you very much. So Sergio, whenever you're ready.
Muchísimas gracias a los tres de nuevo, Germán.
Yes, thanks very much
Bueno,
to
yo no quiero
all
dejar
three of you.
tampoco pasar la
Now,
oportunidad de agradecer a nuestros colaboradores.
I'd like to take this opportunity
sin
to
que,
thank
sin
our
ellos no
collaborators,
hubiera sido posible esto,
because
a
it
Instituto
wouldn't have been possible without them. So the
Crown Sport,
Crown Sports,
y sobre todo
Academov,
también a nuestro
and
equipo de
above all,
marketing, que
our
están
marketing
utilizando
team,
toda la conexión en directo.
who've been doing this
Muchísimas
online
gracias,
connection. Thank you very much.
También muchísimas gracias a vuestra,
Also, thanks very much
predisposición y acogida. De verdad que ha
to
sido
your
increíble.
availability, and
Tenemos más de
that you've been great hosts. We've got more than
6.000 y pico inscritos que va
more than
aumentando,
6,000 people
de verdad que muchísimas gracias
who've
a
logged on,
todos.
and this is going up. So thanks very
Como
much to
ya han dicho
everyone.
mis compañeros, pues
As
tenemos
my
gente de
colleague
todo el
said, we
mundo,
have
de
people
todo el
from
mundo.
all
No hay
around the
nadie
world.
que se haya quedado fuera, así que
No one's been left
estoy
out.
realmente contento.
So I'm really
Bueno, yo simplemente
pleased
os voy a
about
dar
that.
unas instrucciones con respecto al simposio y ya
Now, I'd like to
vamos
give some
a
instructions
empezar con Juan,
regarding
que
the
está,
symposium, then we can
que
start
está
with
esperando.
Juan.
Bueno, como bien habéis visto, tendremos varias jornadas. Son
As you've seen, there are various
multifactoriales,
different
son charlas
workshops.
cortas, muy dinámicas,
They're short,
que os
dynamic
van a contar, pues,
speeches
lo más vanguardista,
that
lo
will tell you
más específico, científico y a la vez experiencial, porque,
scientific
bueno, la mayoría
and
de los docentes,
experiential
por no decir todos,
concepts,
pues son gente que vive realmente el deporte,
because most of the
viene
teachers
de
are
un
people who actually
equipo
work in the world of sport.
de cuerpo técnico,
Most
y
of
demás,
them
o sea, que
work in
están
technical
realmente al
teams.
día, tanto en la parte científica
So
como
they're
en la
very
parte
much
de
up to date with the
por lo
scientific
tanto,
and
es
experiential
relevante
side of
realmente,
things.
¿no? Entonces,
That's what
la
makes them great
intención
teachers.
realmente es, pues, enseñaros un poco todo lo que están haciendo ellos, despertaros la
And we want to
curiosidad,
tell
y
you
vosotros
about what
también
they're
tenéis la
doing to
capacidad
spark your
de
curiosity,
probar
and
todas
that
estas
will
cosas que os van a
allow you to
contar,
try out all these different
investigar por
things,
vosotros
and to do a bit of
mismos
research on
sobre
your
ellas,
own,
etcétera, etcétera.
to read about these ideas. So
Entonces,
it gives
cada
you
día
an
el
initial
programa
idea.
tendrá un objetivo fundamental.
Every
Por
day,
ejemplo,
there will
hoy
be a
es un
particular
poco la
theme in the
nutrición
symposium.
deportiva,
Today,
aunque
it's sports
hay
nutrition. I'm also going to talk about sports injuries, which we managed to fit in today. On Tuesday, we've got a focus which is more related to training and health. On Thursday, it's more about team sport. And on Friday, we're going to have various masterclasses from the best speakers around the world. It's a shame that we weren't able to get all of our teachers to speak, but it was impossible. Now, great teachers had been left out, but of course it was impossible to fit everyone in. So just one last thing. The program is 100% guaranteed. But on Thursday, Oliver Gonzalo has been in the end of the Super Cup, and then we've got the league, and so we'll have that's going to affect the schedule. But the program is guaranteed 100%. So without further ado, I'm going to present the Professor Juan Mielgo. As I'm sure a lot of you know, he's a sports nutritionist. He's a teacher from the University of Valladolid. He's a leader in issues of recovery, sports recovery, and improving performance, and he's also worked in sports nutrition. So Juan, thank you very much indeed for accepting the invitation, and whenever you're ready, over to you.
Buenas tardes a todos y muchas gracias por estar ahí. Y bueno, antes de comenzar,
good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. First off, I'd like to thank Sergio and Germán for allowing me to take part in this event. Some of the leading experts in the world will be taking part in it, and I'm honored to be here. Regarding my presentation, I'll be covering some of the theory that our working group has been looking into of late. In my research group, we work mostly with basketball, football teams. Some of our researchers also teach the Real Madrid Masters, as well as in other universities. Today, I thought I'd talk to you about some of our most recent publications, because I think it would be interesting for you to familiarize yourself with our publications and perhaps apply some of the theory in your practice. I'll try being as coherent and concise as possible. So first off, as you know, athletes, professional athletes, train or compete on a daily basis. As a result, recovery is very important to them. When they train at a high intensity, or they undergo a trauma, they need to recover. That can happen very, very often in an athlete's career. When we work hard on a daily basis, our body adjusts to that stimulation so that it can withstand the next training session. So that's how bodies respond. Eccentric and concentric exercise is going to cause your muscle to break down. That's a normal response. But if this breakdown is improperly dealt with, in the long run, it can lead to problems, chronic injuries or reduced strength peaks, and so on and so forth. Generally speaking, reduced performance. This is called, of course, fatigue, muscular fatigue, and it's related to the type of exercise we do, eccentric, concentric, or isometric, the intensity of it, and it can also be caused by, hits, wounds of other types, falls, and so on and so forth. All of this can contribute to muscle fatigue. So it's important to understand what factors contribute to heightening fatigue. There are some exogenous causes which are related to training, which can lead to fatigue. One of them is a poor planning of our training sessions, or poor recovery, increased intensity in our training sessions, excessive loads when we train, which means basically that our bodies don't have enough time to recover, excessive intensity in our training, competing, well, or rather not competing enough can also be a cause. Because usually before a competition, we tend to rest a bit so as to allow our bodies to recover. If we don't compete often enough, then we won't stop and we'll get injured. Sometimes it's mandatory to do so. We have to travel. If you don't do that, you don't compete often enough, that can lead to injury if you don't adapt your training plan. There are also endogenous causes for muscle fatigue. Nutrition, for example, is a very important factor here, and supplements as well. Protein synthesis and recovery play a very important role, but we'll deal with that in more detail later. Talking about endogenous causes, the first one I'd like to talk about is alterations in our muscle pH. As gluconeogenesis increases, our our pH becomes more acid, and this in turn can result in an imbalance, which in turn can lead to fatigue. In this case I just described, this would be an acute instance, but the problem can also become chronic. Temperature can also be a factor. Core temperature, internal temperature. When you're exercising, when you're working out, temperature increases in your muscles, so your muscles can perform better. If temperature increases over 39 degrees, there will be an alteration, and alterations will ensue in your enzymes, and as a result, your muscles will be affected. This will lead to fatigue. High temperature, on top of everything else, athletes are more likely to become dehydrated. Another factor is blood flow. If you're dehydrated, extracellular water in your blood decreases in intensity, which leads to a reduced blood flow to the muscle, which in turn leads to a reduced output of nutrients and oxygen to the muscle, and this leads to fatigue. This in turn can make it harder for a body to eliminate certain components, particularly inorganic phosphorus, especially during anaerobic activities. This leads to an increased hydrolysis of phosphocreatine. This in turn leads to increased myofibrillary activities, which in turn leads to a reduced sensitivity to calcium, and with decreased intensity, our muscles struggle to properly contract, and this can lead to fatigue. We talked about blood flow earlier. With a decreased blood flow, a number of metabolites build up in our muscles. To give you an example, There could be alterations in terms of lactatus, potassium, calcium, and other electrolytes. And finally, I'd like to talk to you about oxidation stress, which means a buildup of free radicals, a reactive species of oxygen that is normally generated by aerobic activity, long-lasting aerobic activity, or during hypoxia or in altitude training. This leads to an alteration in the homeostasis of calcium, which, as we know, is related to muscle contraction. And this can damage our protein synthesis capacity. It can also damage our DNA, RNA, and cellular fats. And this can lead to an accumulation of free radicals. So this is something we need to prevent through proper nutrition and as well through other methods that we'll be talking about later. So before I talk about supplements, I'd like to talk about nutrition strategies, because there is enough evidence to support the idea that proper nutrition and proper hydration after exercise can help us properly recover after a hard training session, properly nurturing ourselves. So that means that if we eat and drink properly, we will recover quicker from fatigue. The 3 R's of recovery are rehydration, so basically drink liquids, which helps the blood flow, as we said earlier. When you train, you sweat profusely, obviously. You need to replenish your energy supply by drinking. The second R is resupplying, so carbohydrates. And the final R is regeneration. That means protein intake. Talking about optimal rehydration, this is the hydration index of a number of different beverages. Whole milk and skimmed milk are a good option. They can lead to proper hydration because they can also supply the athlete with the much needed carbohydrates that we talked about. Milk is also a source of electrolytes, calcium, protein. So milk is an appropriate beverage for muscle recovery. If we pair it with carbohydrate-rich foods in order to further make up for that deficit we incurred during training, well, then that's perfect. It's a great pairing, really. In this particular case, this shows that through proper nutrition, so without even resorting to supplements, we can recover properly after an intense training session. Let's move on to the second R. Resupply, replenishing your energy sources. We all know that carbohydrates are a very important source of nutrition right after training. In between 3 and 5 grams of carbohydrates per kilograms of body weight. The source of these carbohydrates can be liquid, of course. That's useful because it also helps us rehydrate after a hard training session. But generally speaking, these energy supplies we need to replenish throughout the 24 hours following an intense training session. We also know that when it comes to replenishing our supplies and energy reserves, we also need an appropriate protein intake.
esos depósitos de glucógeno se ven mucho más aumentados cuando se adiciona cierta cantidad de proteína, que suele ser aproximadamente
our glucogen supplies increase when we eat protein. The appropriate amount of protein is approximately about 1.5 grams per kilogram of body weight immediately after training, and then about 0.405 gram protein per kilogram of body weight afterwards. There is an anabolic window, which is very, very controversial, after which protein intake has an optimal effect on our recovery process. Once again, this is very, very controversial. Some people believe it doesn't exist. Other researchers do believe it does indeed exist. But truly, the most important thing we need to know is that the protein plays a fundamental role in recovery. The perfect dosage, the perfect balance between carbohydrates and protein is about 3 parts of carbohydrates per part of protein. That's the optimal balance. Post-training. So to give you a couple of examples of food pairings that can help you to replenish your sources, well, you can see them at the bottom of the screen in the previous slide. But let's move on and talk about our research. Scientific evidence regarding exercise, the theory of exercise, are quite well known. But what we looked at is, well, what happens when you start recovering during your workout as opposed to afterwards? So the proper recommendation for the carbohydrate intake during a trail marathon was 90 grams per hour. But we looked at the effects of 120 grams per hour of carbohydrates during a mountain marathon. That's what we looked at, a high-intensity marathon. We found out that athletes who ate during the marathon recovered better, and their performance also improved. Mountain marathons are very eccentric in nature. And we were also able to observe that muscle damage was prevented with a higher carbohydrate intake during the marathon itself. So these are the results of our study. This is mostly relating to muscle damage. On the bottom right section of the screen, you can observe that the biomarkers of muscle damage were a lot less common in those athletes who had consumed 120 grams of carbohydrates during the marathon. So that's 30 grams above the usual recommendation. Along the same lines, this is another piece of infographics for you pertaining to another article we also published. We found out that athletes who consumed 120 grams of carbohydrates during these mountain races, marathons, were less likely to incur in muscle damage or to lose strength afterwards. These athletes also showed increased glycolytic capacity after the mountain marathon. Once again, athletes who had a carbohydrate intake that was 30 grams superior to the 90-gram recommendation. So it would seem like such an intake does indeed help recovery after exercise, after a workout. And now going to another piece of research that we recently published, we asked ourselves, what would happen if we started recovering before working out? We thought it would be a thought-provoking question to address. These are the results we recently published. This is not an experimental piece of work. It's a piece of work that allowed us to observe that the muscle damage that occurred after a marathon could be associated with an appropriate dietary intake during the week before the race. Those who'd eaten more fish and olive oil in the week prior to the marathon suffered less muscle and heart damage. Those who'd eaten more meat, butter, fatty meat were most likely suffer damage after the marathon. So as you can see, this is currently nothing to do with carbohydrates right now. It's protein intake and minerals. Once again, this is not an experimental piece of work, but it would be interesting for potential future researchers to further experiment with these findings, perhaps by associating given food groups to a particular activity. Anyway, let's move on to supplements. On the one hand, we have ramified amino acids, 3 main amino acids here: leucine, isoleucine, and valine. Leucine is normally consumed in higher doses, in this particular case 411. As you know, it's responsible for the activation of protein synthesis, and that's why it's normally consumed in high doses. It can be found in a number of different foods, in a number of different sources. That's why well-balanced diet is so important to athletes. A good diet can actually provide athletes with all the amino acids, the essential amino acids they require. But as we know, taking ramified amino acids after training increases recovery. It has a good anti-catabolic and anabolic effect, so stimulates protein synthesis. And generally speaking, it improves our immune response when the body suffers some muscle damage, so it helps prevent fatigue, basically. But if during or before the training you drink a whey shake containing 25 to 30 grams of again, whey protein, you don't need any extra AARs afterwards, because these shakes, whey protein, already contains AARs. But the right question, of course, is when should you take your supplements if you want to take them? You can take your supplements in your recovery shake that you'd normally take after training, about 30 minutes after, at a dosage of about 100 milligrams per kilogram body weight. This will or should help muscle recovery after training. The perfect recovery shake should contain some milk serum, another source of protein, perhaps casein, which is as low absorption protein, is also very useful. And the correct balance between carbohydrates and protein should be 3 or 4 to 1, respectively. So in general, we want components that will favor, that will help stimulate anabolic responses. Skimmed milk, as we know, is an excellent beverage. It's also a source of phosphocreatine, which in turn facilitates the recovery of muscle damage. And leucine, we already talked about AARs, minimum dosage 3 grams in this post-recovery shake. Beta hydroxymethyl butyrate can also help. It's a derivative of leucine and can help repair structural damage to our muscle. It can also help us increase our strength output in the next training session. And finally, I'd like to talk to you about HMB. It has a lower capacity for protein synthesis than leucine, but as far as the proteolysis is concerned, it can lead to a 57% reduction, which is very, very positive. And the mechanisms induced by leucine and HMB can be different, so it can be useful.
And so you can see some inflammatory effects here. And here's a recent meta-analysis from 2018. And we can see in terms of muscle damage, HMB can reduce it, especially in studies where it was taken for more than 6 weeks. So I think that's very important. And you see some effects on CK and LDH through anti-catabolic mechanisms and protectors. And so it's about, you need to take at least 3 grams per day for at least 6 weeks. So when do we need to take it? Well, for 6 weeks and 3 grams. In this case, HMB is not taken, is taken naturally. Regarding creatine, well, there are different routes. So there's the protein synthesis, there's different growth factors, there's the myoblast fusion process. So creatine has a very clear link to protein synthesis. And then in terms of glucogen synthesis, so apart from this increase in phosphocreatine, it can mean that these glucogen levels can be slightly lower. It seems that creatine can regulate it through the activation and deactivation of certain pathways. And so it can favor this, the glucogen. And here we see some figures with a similar amount. So 20 grams per day taken by athletes of creatine. And after 2 days, well, you see it. And after 6 days, you see that it's much higher than the case of placebo. And also creatine, as you said before, this is one of the endogenous factors that can influence muscular fatigue. So we did various different studies. And I think it's interesting to point out that it's the sum of the 2 products. Often people just work on one product in a study, but athletes tend to use various products at once. And so what we saw is that HMB and creatine together had a much more powerful effect on muscular recovery in terms of physical exercises and also the damage caused by the exercise itself. And we could see this after 10 weeks. Here you can see the level of exercise and the power. And here, the combination of the 2 products was the most potent, then taken separately. And so that suggests that there might be the same pathways used or distinct pathways, but at any rate, it favors recovery. We also see synergies here on hormones, catabolic and anabolic and catabolic hormones, and testosterone, cortisol. And so we saw that there were synergies here compared to when they were just taken separately. So I think it's very interesting to use HMB and creatine together, as we've seen. Now, curcumin, well, it's an antioxidant, as we said. It can be interesting from a sporting point of view, and also from an anti-inflammatory point of view. It has a very important role here. This supplement helps with muscular degeneration and any kind of behavior associated with muscle damage. It restores the architecture of the muscle more quickly. The nuclear fibers can be better restored. I mean, you can run for longer before you experience fatigue with curcumin. It also reduces certain inflammatory factors such as interleukin 6, TNF-alpha, and creatine kinase. And finally, I'd like to talk about beetroot juice. It helps with vasodilation, angiogenesis, glucose absorption, so that beetroot juice can favor all of these sort of factors, the direction of sarcoplasmosis, and increase resistance to fatigue, and sporting efficiency, and increase sporting achievement, performance. So we can see how drinking beetroot juice is very helpful. It is in a more acute phase here, but it's very useful for all sorts of activities, various different strength tests and all sorts of situations. And then there's arginine. It's an amino acid, and it generates a number of benefits through producing nitric oxide. So benefits in terms of performance. And we've performed a meta-analysis on the use of arginine. And we can see how in a more acute situation, so 60 to 90 minutes previously, taking about 0.15 grams per kilo, so that's about 10, 11 grams of arginine, can benefit anaerobic activity. And it needs to be taken for about from 4 to 7 weeks. So these are the two options. You've got the acute case, and then you've got the more chronic case over 4 to 7 weeks. For aerobic activities, and for anaerobic activities, it's 60 to 90 minutes before with anaerobic, and aerobic 4 to 7 weeks. So in that case, we need to slightly increase the amount of arginine consumed in chronic cases to be able to observe benefits in terms of performance. So this is my presentation. You have my email, you have my Twitter account. If you're interested, if you have any kind of questions, other than those I can answer now, but if there's anything that you'd still like to ask, then I'd be very happy to help you. So that's all for me. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much. I have a little bit of time now. We've got 2 or 3 minutes. So here we have a question. If this improvement that you observed, what would it be like in 5 to 10 kilometers? this improvement for 5 to 10 kilometers? That's a very good question. That's something that we leave open. Now, we want to implement this in team sports, and we understand that having a greater amount of glycogen available after exercise does favor recovery. And so I understand that if we use an exact protocol, because we're talking about short distances, consuming 120 grams per hour is pretty much impossible because it's not long enough. But I understand that anything that means that if you've been pushed to the limit, in terms of glucogen, yes, this is something that can be looked at. It's an interesting strategy, absolutely. Okay, I have another question from Rosette Ben Cañas. Sorry if I got that name wrong. He asks, what is your opinion about vegetable protein compared to animal protein? What do you think about that? Well, in the end, from a nutritional point of view, as long as what we consume is the right, from a nutritional point of view, it's not a problem. If we eat correctly, there shouldn't be any problem in terms of recovery. No. I tend to use milk protein because I think it's very easy to use, it's very healthy. But now, sometimes there are some athletes who are vegetarian, and we have to find alternatives. Nowadays, there are all sorts of very interesting supplements on the market with very complete proteins of vegetable origin, so they can perfectly well be used. Okay. 2 more questions, okay? Carlos Abraham says, I'd like to know your opinion about palatinose and if you've worked with this sort of carbohydrate in any of your studies. No, we haven't, in fact. I'm not going to lie, there are certain brands in which we're using the palatinose, Astrina, but I haven't worked with it. My colleagues have said that it seems that the results are very interesting in terms of absorption, but to be honest, I'm only just starting to work with it, and so far we almost use maltodextrin and fructoses. Last question now. Ricardo Sandoval, what do you think about the reaction between tryptophan and amino acids? I imagine this is about timing and recovery. Well, branched amino acids, although I mentioned them during my speech, it was more to anticipate the other aspect. We work on them as an extra supplement, or we work with dairy products. Now, tryptophan, that's true that we tend to use it in more stress situations. Things also more related to sleep. So we always try to make sure there's difference in time between the consumption, so that there's no interference between the two of them. Very good. Thank you very much, Juan. Thank you for your time. We've gone 5 minutes over time, but that's okay. It's especially because we started late, so it's not your fault. So look, it's been a great pleasure. And as Juan said, here you have his email address. And he's always available to answer any kind of questions you have. And it's a great pleasure speaking to you, Juan. And I hope we continue to learn from you. Thank you very much. So if it's okay, we can have a very small break of 2 or 3 minutes while we connect the next speaker, Julio Calleja, and then we'll continue. Okay, see you later.
Es un placer daros la bienvenida a la Semana Blanca. Es una cita muy esperada por todos, ya que nos permite estar en contacto con profesionales de gran prestigio del ámbito del deporte y aprender de sus experiencias y sus conocimientos.
Yo creo que la Semana Blanca es uno de los eventos que más esperamos los estudiantes. Es una oportunidad única para preguntar y conocer a grandes deportistas y profesionistas. Es sin duda una experiencia única e inigualable.
La verdad es que cuando eres pequeño, pues siempre sueñas a lo grande, ¿no? Con intentar pues llegar algún día a vestir esta camiseta, pero claro, luego la realidad supera todos esos sueños.
I think the values that I always took into every game, into every team, into everything that I did was hard work. Simple as that. It was hard work. I never stopped learning. Even when I was 35 years old, 38 years old, playing for Paris Saint-Germain, I still wanted to learn.
Lo importante es tener mucha confianza en ti, dar lo máximo. Si das lo máximo no te puedes exigir más, ¿no? Hay veces que ganas, hay veces que no, pero lo importante es dar el máximo tuyo y bueno, estar orgulloso de ello.
Le meilleur aspect de cette expérience, je dirais que c'est le côté humain. C'est-à-dire qu'on a des grands professionnels qui sont venus nous parler, qui ont pris du temps, qui nous ont expliqué des choses, qui ont répondu à nos questions. Je pense qu'on ne peut que valoriser tout ça.
Mi inspiración fue mi abuelo. Él me enseñó los valores de jugar al fútbol con alegría, no jugar para cabrearme o para estar nervioso, sino para reír.
Por muchos éxitos que se hayan ido acumulando y algunos fiascos también, pues siempre he mantenido la ilusión y también he mantenido esos nervios interiores que me ayuda a esforzarme cada día para ser mejor.
Si tienes pasión y te encanta lo que haces, pues tienes más posibilidades de conseguir llegar haciendo lo que te gusta.
Para ser jugador, tú tienes que divertirse, cuidarse mucho dentro y fuera de campo, llegar antes, saltar antes, pensar antes. Y la alegría me ha hecho ser uno de los jugadores dentro del club con más historia.
Yo creo que el Real Madrid en su ADN está claro que hay que ganar y hay que intentar jugar bien, pero también hay que intentar formar buenas personas y ese es el trabajo que desde la cantera se intenta inculcar.
El mejor momento de la conferencia creo que ha sido la de Fernando Alonso, porque es un ídolo que yo tengo de la Fórmula 1 desde pequeño y he podido hacerle una pregunta. ¿Has corrido alguna vez enfermo o lesionado?
Recuerdo con especial el 2011 en Ferrari, las primeras 4 o 5 carreras, teníamos un problema que se nos dormían los pies en el coche, no llegaba bien la circulación a los pies y teníamos problemas de sensibilidad a los pies.
My experience at the Real Madrid School has been really nice, and the things I value the most are the students and teachers I've met and the connections I've made.
La diversidad cultural que hay entre mis compañeros del máster, puedo decir que hoy por hoy tengo nuevos amigos en casi 10 nuevos países.
My experience with the Real Madrid University has been incredible.
Y sobre todo destacar los grandes profesionales que vienen semana a semana a compartir sus contenidos y sus experiencias.
Para las próximas generaciones, si tienen la oportunidad de poder cursar un máster en la Universidad Europea o en la Real Madrid, no lo piensen y háganlo, chicos.
Bueno, pues ya estamos aquí de nuevo. Tengo ya el inmenso placer.
So here we are again.
Al doctor Julio Calleja, catedrático en la Universidad.
It's a great pleasure to present Dr. Julio Calleja, who's a professor from the University of the Basque Country, who's a real leader in the area of team sport. He's trained a lot of elite athletes. He works as a consultant. And his great passion is basketball, like me. So Julio, thank you very much for accepting the invitation. And whenever you're ready, please go ahead. Thank you very much, Sergio. Yes, I'd also like to thank the organization. Hernan has been very much involved in this master's project. And as we said in recent years, we're going to try and contribute what we can to what is a real classic of sports masters. And I'm going to talk about recovery. This is very successful masters internationally, the Real Madrid University of Madrid masters. And there's an update from 2020. And we've prepared a document with a flash and an initial idea. So it's a kind of look back at the current strategies, things that can be useful, and what can give us most information about athletes' recovery, what sort of proposals we have in 2020 as well that are updated. And we hope this will be useful to you as a basis on which to work, regardless of the sport. Now, we were listening to Juan's presentation before, and we'd like to give information on the reality of sport, and we're very concerned about this study that's just been published in Frontiers. It's just talking about how the competitiveness internationally means that we have to consider that people are obsessed with winning these games, and this leads to a major problem when planning, because we have to start doing things earlier, and we've got difficult situations, such as when Real Madrid, they lost the first game in the preseason against Atletico, and the huge impact on the media. So this means that we have to think quite deeply about the kind of competition model we want and the kind of circumstance we're in. Another important thing that we're doing and that we're developing this year is on a day-to-day basis with our athletes, with our players. We spend a lot of time with them on flights and hotels, and we speak to them a lot. And we're getting ideas from speaking to them. One thing that really draws our attention is that there are different perception variables, and they talk about chronic fatigue when they're systematically traveling on buses and trains and planes, even more than when they're training or playing. So when the athlete perceives more fatigue outside of training, even during training, that means we have to really think about what sort of behavioral patterns that we have. And we've tried to arrange all of these ideas into algorithms so that we can design protocols to improve the recovery process in team sports. Now, we heard these ideas relating to nutrition and adaptation, but this is another part of a very complex puzzle in which athletes have to work in the short and long term. They have to have pre, during, and post training. And there are a number of different independent variables that mean that this process of recovery can work or not. And so Now, if it's true that athletes get more fatigue from traveling than training, then we need to find other sorts of systems that allow us this to work well. So in recovery, we're also seeing that even though we've got more and more scientific information to create systems, we see that this dichotomy between scientifically robust methods and then there's the perception of the sense of well-being of the patient. And so we have to strike a balance. There's a fine line between the science and the perception of the athlete. We need to do that to be able to improve performance in sport. That's why I'd like to come up with some ideas here to do with recovery. And so we've got the final synthesis here, which brings together all this. It can tell us whether it's valid or not, and we need to have a plan to improve performance, but always we have to have it from a point of view of controlled management. So we have to have consensus, we have to have proper algorithms, and robust methods can help us to optimize this very complex world of recovery.
Regarding recovery, we basically try to dissect anything that had been written about recovery over the past few years, in particular relating to nutrition. Although we also had a look at methodologies talking about physiological and physical recovery. We also looked at psychological recovery. So we developed a holistic method with a number of elements that act in synergy with a view to speeding up recovery in athletes, both during training and pre-competition, leading to better performance peaks. So let's have a quick look at the studies that have been published over the past 3-4 years about recovery. This is a meta-analytical review where authors tried being as brief as concise as possible. We looked at about 25-30 studies with a view to establishing whether massage can actually help in performance recovery. In 95% of cases, we haven't been able to observe a clear effect of this strategy in recovery. Basketball players, for example, who were analyzed, looked at before and after a game, as we've been able to observe, didn't react significantly when they received a massage after the training. So this is an example of how we look at a particular variable. In terms of performance recovery, so no significant effect was appreciated. In terms of happiness, however, well, this is a strategy to consider. It can have a positive effect on athletes, but I'd also like to remind you that over the past few years, a few members of our research group carried out studies on other tools that are widely used, at least theoretically. I'm talking about compression garments. Compression garments, as you know, are very fashionable, so to speak, in sports. I'm talking about peripheral compression garments that can help help in the recovery of exercise-induced muscle damage. The studies we looked at, however, were inconclusive, meaning that we were unable to establish with certainty that compression garments do actually help in this regard. This is a study carried out by Dr. Sam Pooley, who works for Tottenham in the Premier League. It's about static stretching. Static stretching, as you may know, is widely used in elite youth soccer players, especially football players. Not necessarily widely used by professional adult football players. As a matter of fact, static stretching in elite football is not used with a view to speeding up the recovery. There are secondary effects in static stretching in the short and medium term that can actually be negative from time to time. But over the past few years, a tool was developed that is actually very, very interesting, and that's been helping us quite a lot, especially from a statistical point of view. I'm talking about roller massages, foam rollers. It's a simple tool. It's very cheap. It's easy to carry. We can take it anywhere we want. We can even purchase one per athlete on our team, and it's got effects on the self-myofascial recovery of muscles. This is a study that was published a few years ago in Stevenberg, Dr. Drinkwater. It was a protocol study where a control group was compared to another group. The second group used a foam roller after high-intensity exercise, and it compared quite well to the control group. It turned out that foam rollers are a valid tool to speed up recovery. Those who used foam rollers experienced significant changes in their recovery capability, which means that if in the next 2 days after working out, if a foam roller is used, it can have a positive impact on the skeletal muscular system. Another important natural element that we can use to speed up recovery is water. It's an element that's common in all cultures, and our colleague, physicist from Costa Rica 4 years ago, published some very interesting results showing that by immersing yourself in cold water, some benefits can actually be observed. So basically, if we soak our legs in cold water, we'll recover faster. 0.38, that's the value that came up in our colleagues' study. So it's effective. And this year, another interesting study was carried out, a study that aimed to further evaluate the impact of cryotherapy. Subjects were athletes who ran on a treadmill for quite some time before undergoing cryotherapy. These subjects underwent cryotherapy sessions 7 times after working out, after running on the treadmill, over the course of 96 hours after the workout session itself. Over the course of the 96 hours following the workout session, no significant variation was appreciated, but cryotherapy does indeed help. So this is the curve. Those athletes who underwent a cryotherapy session after working out did recover faster. However, the positive impact decreased over time.
Como decía anteriormente, las variables no se normalizaban hasta los valores pre-96 horas finalizado el ejercicio.
And anyway, 96 hours after the workout session, values didn't go back to normal, to pre-workout values, which means that in theory you'd need more than 5-6 days to fully recover, but that can't happen with elite athletes. So, and this only regards muscular damage. I don't even want to think what would have happened if we'd measured bone damage over time. So this means that we either have to plan workout sessions very, very carefully or intervene in a different manner afterwards to further minimize alterations in the athlete so as to make sure that athletes can train normally after 48 to 56 hours after a high intensity training session. Basically, what we're trying to say is that the weekend needs to be sufficient for a full recovery to occur. Is my friend Gregory Dupont, a world champion with France. Dr. Gregory Dupont also worked at Real Madrid alongside Zinedine Zidane, and last year he published a very interesting study about a recovery protocol after a football match. In the first stage, athletes need to rehydrate. Tart cherry juice helps. It helps reduce inflammation, and it's also a vasodilator. So basically, cherry juice can help increase blood flow and induce better recovery. Chocolate milk has also been associated with the reduction in muscle damage. A cold bath was the fourth stage, at 14 degrees for about 10-15 minutes, then a meal rich in protein and carbohydrates, and then finally compression garments. That was the last step, although that's something I would personally eliminate now, followed by sleep, of course. This is the typical algorithm in 2013, but there are other things, of course, we have to take into account nowadays, other elements we have to include in this algorithm. We've been working alongside Thomas Hughes, who published an interesting study on the journal Sports about the effects of fatigue stemming from air travel, the effect on health and performance. NBA athletes have basically very little time to recover from one game to another because they have to travel so much. And this is his study. This is our consensus paper where we carried out an evidence-based analysis of recovery in team sports. And now I'd like to talk to you about the new lines of inquiry that are currently being looked at. It's sleep, the addiction effect, and also another interesting line of inquiry is customized protocols for young people and women. So let's talk about sleep first, not only in sports, but also in aviation, in the army, and at NASA. The last article that was published in this regard was published by Dr. Nedlek in 2020, where he talked about how to educate athletes in order to improve the sleep quantity and or quality. And he also stated that future studies should prioritize hygiene strategies to optimize recovery and performance. So we still do not have the perfect method to heavily regulate our sleeping patterns prior to an important match, just before a competition. We don't have that yet, but we do know that sleep is absolutely paramount in this regard. We know they need to eat a REM cycle between 1 and 3 in the morning and 3 and 5 in the morning to optimize recovery, and that's pretty much all we know about sleep. Useful advice, of course, can be to reduce caffeine consumption before going to bed. There are some supplements that athletes can sometimes take the day before a competition in order to improve performance the next day, but they can have a detrimental effect on sleep, so that should be looked at. And then the second line of inquiry was about customized training. Should women train in a different way? This is what Olat Hernandez wanted. She's a PhD student. Her work is currently under review. It's a very interesting piece of work where she tried coming up with a solution with a view to finding out whether or not we can do something different to customize training sessions for women. She had to look at 8 different
Pero bueno, nos han salido algunas cosas interesantes que a los técnicos y técnicas que entrenéis con mujeres deberíais de considerar. Las mujeres tienen menor percepción
studies relating to she considered a number of techniques, and well, it has been observed that women have lower concentration.
Tienen mayor incremento de temperatura central, menor de la piel. Cuando hacemos vibración también
muscle damage, especially in their legs. They have a higher core temperature, lower skin temperature, higher cortisol. Basically, I'm saying that female physiology is different, and that shows in their recovery protocols. Lower cortisol in their saliva, an increased range of motion in joints, in their joints, lower anxiety levels, a higher pain threshold, lower leg soreness, although these values are likely to increase during stretching. So women are different, that's what I'm saying basically. So that's why it's important that we customize our recovery protocols when it comes to women athletes. We also did a systematic review of post-exercise recovery methods for young football players. We looked at 160 articles on recovery for young athletes, and eventually we zeroed in on a select group of 8 studies, which in our opinion very well reflected what recovery protocols focus on in young football players and young athletes. We looked at the risk that was inherent in each and every one of these recovery protocols, and we found out that the so-called ankler effect that is inherent in these protocols is something that should be carefully looked at. Active recovery is more important for young players than it is for adult players. So it could be interesting for young athletes, for example, to try bike recovery protocols or swimming recovery protocols. We could argue that spa recovery could be beneficial to young athletes, although that still hasn't been accurately determined. And another thing we do know is that young athletes have a different degree of proprioception. As soon as they get tired, they stop playing. That's how aware they are of what their bodies need. So when it comes to recovery for young athletes, basically the best piece of advice I can give you is observe them carefully, because they will tell you what they need. If they stop, if they stoop, if they try to catch their breath, there's a reason for it. They do know that.
También otro de los aspectos interesantes, os lo hablaba Juan, ha hecho mención al mismo estudio, hablaba de la combinación de efectos potenciales, ¿no? Hay estudios ya clásicos en el que...
Now there's another study where we see the combination of potential effects. Classical studies where they look at certain synergies, certain substances that, such as caffeine, creatine, and the combination can have a synergic effect. There's another study here where we see it's a lot easier to manage these sorts of studies with individual athletes than in teams. As I said, after creating 4 groups with a couple of with 28 members, and we have a placebo group with HMB with HMB plus creatine in, and we saw significant changes with an intensity of 8 millimoles, and with those who took more creatine. So there's a synergic effect we can see, an additive effect when we combine 2 substances. That can be very interesting. So once we mapped all the different methods, we try to do a synergic cross-section so we can see what the effect of adding and subtracting. We've also seen that the synergic effect has been very positive, and so that opened up new lines of research. Another interesting aspect, once we've seen what sort of methods there are, and once we've done we've done various experiments, so we could go to a systematic review of 40, 50 studies so we can get better results. One thing we need to do once we have all of that is a mapping. Now, Dr. Murray is a colleague who works in the area of sports science in Scotland. And while he was in the United States, he did a very interesting study, very simple but very interesting, on recovery strategies that American athletes used. It covers a lot of different sports. And we see all these different varieties. There's an initial mapping, and you can see how massage was used a lot in training, but not so much in competition. How in competition they have active recovery, but in training they don't. Or there are differences between foam roll in terms of training competition. More in training than in competition. So this conference in Qatar was very interesting, because here he talked briefly about how the Champions League was very important here. The adaptation, the sleep, active recovery. Only 81% used active recovery, and even stretching. Or massage, 75%. When in 2017, there's a hypotechnic study showed that it didn't have any such effect. So we've got a very interesting set of we've got Red Bull in the United States, and they've studied this mapping of recovery strategies for first division teams. So we've got all of the doctors answered this request, and the main conclusions are, well, in the Spanish league, most of them don't use active recovery. In professional sport, in the first division, they don't have a recovery strategy. Now, that's not an issue of whether they have money or not. Obviously, when you do have money, you can have alternative strategies or complementary strategies. There's different structures, the foam roll, and duplicate this and don't have it for each different athlete, but not having anything. No, obviously, that's nothing to do with money. Now, an interesting thing we have here is that 75% use the bath, 74%, sorry. So there's a quarter of teams who don't use it at all, even though there's strong evidence for it. 70% continue to use massage for football, even though it supposedly doesn't have an effect. And more than half of them use foam, when we know that initial studies indicate that it might be useful. And in a few years, when there's more studies on the foam roll, and we've got more controlled groups, and we've isolated all the variables, and then we can see whether or not it has an effect, and perhaps this percentage, we believe that it will increase from 57% higher. Now, in the large conferences, we try to coordinate our ideas. Now, when you have a theme that you're working in, we work with a lot of people together, and the fact that we have different views is important, and it's good to have horizontal and vertical agreement so that we can have a product that we can transfer to the productive sector, in other words, the teams. We do this very often. So in the last conference of NBCA, they were talking about the art of recovery in sport, and this was published in the NSCA journal in Spain. Now, we try to publish scientific tests, not just for dissemination generally, but also scientific. Here you can see all of the different contributors here. And all of these contributors give a more holistic approach. Now, I know it's not the best time to talk about Barcelona now. It's a shame to see a club going through an institutional crisis with a lot of changes taking place, but there were good things as well. Last year, I took this photo because I thought it was very interesting, and I cut off half the photo. And here you can see there are 11 players, half of the team, but we see 12 technicians. Well, this is an important step in a sports technician. You can see 4 physiotherapists, you can see the physicians. You see that in these team sports, what really gives the quality is to increase this ratio of technicians to athletes. So it's important to have a very strong technical team. So as a final message, as I said in the first slide, if I can really give a flash message, one important takeaway is that I think recovery, as you can see in the football boots here, which is sponsored by Adidas, number 23, it's not recovery by category or by sport or by gender. We have to talk about personalized recovery. Very important. Now, it's not just individualization, it's personalization, looking at the particular anatomical situation of each person. It's about the maturity. It's about the point which they are in the season. It's you have to put a lot of effort into studying each case very carefully. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this symposium. I've been taking part every year, and it's a great honor to be able to contribute. Thank you very much. We've got a couple of minutes for questions. We have a question on physiotherapy.
Su perfil, pero bueno, está hablando que si hablas de inmersión agua fría, de bloques de hielo y demás, es que está en inglés. Y en definitiva,
no, you talked about ice blocks and cold water.
Lo ideal para el tema de la
Question is,
crioterapia, los baños de agua fría y demás.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. It's very interesting.
how long have you been using these techniques for? Muchas gracias. Es una pregunta muy interesante. Pero ahora lo que dicen ahora es que el mejor método para una pronta recuperación de un punto de vista médico es en 10 minutos, aproximadamente a 14 grados. No es demasiado frío.
The different mechanisms and intermittent cold bath. 2 minutes inside, 2 minutes outside.
Y queremos entender los mecanismos del baño frío. 2 minutos dentro, 2 minutos fuera, el mismo sistema. Pero ahora, lo que dicen ahora, en el último año, lo que llevan diciendo, por ejemplo, en la conferencia en Boston y en Denver, ahora podemos concluir que en 10 minutos, aproximadamente a 14 grados. Es el sistema más apropiado.
Mira, nos preguntan también,
muchas gracias.
Con profesionales y demás, pero que, por ejemplo, Sebastián,
okay, now I have another question.
Otra vez, nos habla de si los ejercicios,
for example, Sebastian and others, they're saying if the exercise such as stretching with young players or with non-professional players, do you think that they're interesting and they're worthwhile in the issue of recovery? Well, I think the concept of stretching is a very wide issue. The first thing that we have to remember is that stretching is part of the human physiology. When we get up in the morning, the first thing we do is have a stretch. When we've been walking a lot, we feel like stretching our back, and it's instinctive. It's something we do. Stretching is part of the locomotive strategy system of the human being. But now, when we get into recovery, when we look at the variable of one stretching, especially what we normally do, which is static stretching, it's been shown that to apply static stretching, you're going to have better recovery. But that's not been so it's not been demonstrated. But now with young people in the school, young athletes, with adults over 40, I continue to do stretching. Why is that? Well, not with the aim of recovery. I think it's interesting to recover the right sort of education, regardless of recovery. And secondly, I think the dynamic that not just to focus on the tendons and muscles,
no solo las articulaciones biarticulares, sino las grandes articulaciones que son poli, pues pueden tener grados de recorrido amplios,
also the articular.
Diferentes movimientos, segmentos.
So that there's a wider range available of movements, and I think that increasing that range, it's useful to work on the capsula, to have little exercises. Different ranges of motricity, and one of the things that we're doing for physical recovery now is to find what kind of functional tests allow us to see the articular range when there's a. And so we have controlled stretching to test that. So it's not so much for recovery then, but just for general education and improvement in the athlete. Okay, thank you very much. I got the last question now. Then we'll have a break. Paulo Pereno says that women have less muscular anger, and so are they more likely to have an injury, and do they need greater recovery times? I don't have any experience in that area. What science says, and there are just like 8 to 10 studies, but when we do analyze the variables in this amongst women, there is a difference, and intuition shows us that women do have a different perception of pain, or that the pain scale may be different in women than in men. Now, that doesn't mean that because you have this different perception, it's going to create a difference in an injury. We don't know because it hasn't been properly studied. Now, I've been working more with men than women, but there's not a scientific link proven, no study that can indicate link those two variables. So I'd be careful about this, of linking pain perception to injuries. But it does seem that the perception of pain is different. Yes, that's right. Okay, very good. Look, Julio, thank you very much for your time. It's been a great pleasure listening to you. Now we can have a small break. We also need to change the audio channels. They're good English speakers, so we need to change the channels, and so that will take a few minutes. So we're going to have a slightly longer break of about 15 minutes. So we'll connect again at about 10:45. So it's been a pleasure, Julio. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dear students, welcome again. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Oliver Witard. He is senior lecturer at King's College London and researcher in nutrition and exercise metabolism. Dr. Witard is one of the main experts in sports nutrition, sustainable protein, muscle, and aging around the world. So thank you, Oliver, and you can start whenever you want.
Hola, thank you very much for this opportunity, Sergio and Javier, this opportunity to speak at the Real Madrid Graduate School. As already mentioned, my talk is going to be focused on protein sources for promoting muscle adaptation in athletes. And I'm going to try and apply some of the scientific evidence into applied practice. But by way of introduction, I think it's important to really highlight the importance of skeletal muscle mass beyond athlete performance. So we're well aware that muscle mass and quality is important from a performance perspective, whether that be in relation to promoting strength-based sports, sports that rely on a high power to mass ratio, sports that require a high quality weight loss, for example, such as taekwondo or other weight category sports. Also aesthetic activities, disciplines such as ballet, for example, and also aesthetic sports such as bodybuilding, and then more occupational scenarios such as it within combat. So these are more athletic populations, but we also know that muscle mass is important from more clinical standpoints in terms of healthy aging, in terms of child growth and development, in terms of healthy weight loss, so maintaining muscle and losing fat mass, and by extension, reducing the incidence of diabetes risk. We know that muscle is one of the main organs for the uptake of glucose from the bloodstream, so key in the regulation of blood glucose and metabolic health. This presentation is focused on protein sources and optimizing protein sources for muscle adaptation to exercise training. And this is a topic of recent interest given the recent, I would call quite sensational documentary of the Game Changers, which claims to be fueled by the truth. My take on this is that there was actually a lot of good information. However, I feel that it was over exaggerated and extreme in a number of ways. So I'm going to present a lot of the scientific evidence that actually informs this field. So in terms of the outline of this presentation, I've split the presentation into three different main objectives. The first is to establish the key factors that determine the anabolic potential of a protein source. And we'll be focusing on the digestibility and the absorption kinetics of that protein source, the essential amino acid profile, and the leucine content of that protein source. I'm then going to review some of the scientific studies that have directly compared animal-based protein sources with plant-based protein sources in their capacity to stimulate what we call muscle protein synthesis, which is the key metabolic pathway which underpins muscle hypertrophy and muscle growth. And within this, I'm going to compare studies that have compared food-based sources with supplemental forms of protein. And then finally, I'm going to talk about where next for research in this area. We know it's very much a hot topic in terms of the optimizing the protein source. So we're going to look at what next in this field. So number one, what are the key factors that determine the anabolic potential of a protein source? Well, as already mentioned, the key metabolic driver of muscle growth, muscle hypertrophy, is that of muscle protein synthesis. Muscle protein synthesis is demonstrated on this slide. So to orientate you, we have on the slide in the pink skeletal muscle, and then the blood on the outside here. And within the muscle itself, we have bound proteins. So these are muscle proteins that are bound proteins, that are your functional proteins. And they can be divided into myofibrillar proteins, so your actin, myosin, tropomyosin, troponin, and also mitochondrial proteins, which are those that are responsible for the energy producing capacity of the muscle cell. In terms of the metabolic processes, muscle protein synthesis refers to the incorporation of the amino acids either from this pool within the blood or the pool within the intracellular pool of the muscle into bound muscle proteins. The other process is called muscle protein breakdown, and this describes the breakdown of these bound proteins back into their amino acid precursors. And the general consensus is that the muscle anabolic response is in healthy trained individuals is primarily determined by an increase in the rate of muscle protein synthesis. And as a result, you get this gain in muscle mass. So essentially, if you can increase your rate of muscle protein synthesis, particularly in the postprandial state and post-exercise, it's possible to increase muscle mass. So the other question is, what factors determine the potential of a protein source to stimulate muscle protein synthesis during exercise recovery? And as already mentioned, it comes down to three key factors within the protein source itself. The first in the red circle is the digestion and absorption kinetics of that protein source. The second is the essential amino acid profile and content of that protein source. And the third is the leucine content. The next slides provide the evidence behind from scientific studies that really highlight these 3 points. So if we look at the digestion and absorption kinetics of the protein source, this was a study by Dan West during his time in Stuart Phillips' lab in McMaster, Canada, that really quite nicely demonstrated this idea from a mechanistic standpoint. So as you can see in this study, they had a group of healthy young males. They performed an acute bout of resistance exercise, and both groups, whether they were in the rapid amino acidemia group or the slow amino acidemia, in other words, the fast or slow amino acids appearing in the blood, they both consumed 25 grams of whey protein. But in the rapid amino acidemia group, that 25 grams of whey protein was ingested as a single bolus, whereas in the slow, it was as repeat smaller boluses. Here was the amino acid profile. So the black dots is the rapid and the white is the slow. So you can see very different amino acid profiles in the blood. And when they measured muscle protein synthesis rates over an acute period after exercise and feeding, they observed a greater response of myofibrillar protein synthesis rates to rapid amino acidemia, suggesting that if you can provide those amino acids rapidly and to a greater magnitude into the bloodstream, that can almost act as a trigger to stimulate muscle protein synthesis. The second factor is a high essential amino acid content of the protein source. And this notion is perhaps best demonstrated by these data from Kevin Tipton back in 1999. And essentially a similar study design, healthy young men, acute bout of resistance exercise, and they compared 40 grams of mixed amino acids, so containing essential and non-essential amino acids, versus 40 grams of essential amino acids only, and you see a greater muscle protein balance with the essential amino acids only compared to the combination of essential amino acids and non-essential amino acids. And I always like to show this diagram that, again, Kevin Tipton produced, that really nicely summarizes why it's important to have a high essential amino acid content including a rich leucine content within that protein source. So here's a Lego analogy, and the Lego is the building blocks or the amino acids of a brick wall. So here we have a building site. On the right hand side we have the brick wall made up of the Lego bricks of different amino acids. We have a truck delivering a protein source at the building site. We already have endogenous amino acids, so these are the amino acids already available within the body. And the point being is that to be able to build a brick wall efficiently and to the greatest magnitude, you need a supply of all of the different colored bricks. At any one time, you have an endogenous supply of bricks, but you need a supply of these essential amino acids through an intact protein source or a complete protein source to be able to provide all of the bricks for the brick wall. The Lego man represents the mTOR pathway, or the mechanistic target of rapamycin pathway, which controls whether these bricks can be put together. And the red brick represents caffeine, or a cup of coffee, which stimulates that builder to build the brick wall as effectively and efficiently as possible. In terms of leucine, the red brick, we also have some strong evidence from in vitro studies. This was a study by Phil Atherton, shown on the right here. In vitro, so in a cell-based model, showed that anabolic signaling proteins were phosphorylated to the greatest extent with leucine compared to the other essential amino acids, demonstrating that leucine plays a key role in switching on this process of muscle protein synthesis. So we've talked about the three key factors which dictate the anabolic potential of a protein source, but what about studies that have directly compared the response of muscle protein synthesis for animal-based protein sources versus plant-based protein sources? So the next 4 or 5 slides walks through in chronological order some of the key studies that have made this comparison. But before we do so, if we first have a look at the amino acid profile of some of the commonly consumed protein sources within the diet. So on the left-hand side, in the white bars, we have plant-based protein sources, and on the right-hand side, we have animal-based protein sources. And the dark black is human muscle amino acid profile itself. And if we look at the left-hand figure, we can see that the essential amino acid profile, generally speaking, is greater in animal-based protein sources in the grey compared to plant-based protein sources. And again, generally speaking, there are exceptions, as you can see. Animal-based protein sources have a higher leucine content compared to plant-based protein sources. We've also plotted, on this slide is also plotted the lysine and methionine content of these different protein sources, given that, generally speaking, of all of the essential amino acids, lysine and methionine tend to be the rate limiting amino acid in terms of not necessarily meeting the level of to be above the deficiency level for that amino acid. So for example, but generally speaking, and we're referring to plant-based protein sources primarily, generally speaking, they're only insufficient in one of these two amino acids and not both. So for example, if you look at brown rice, it appears to be deficient in if we take corn, it's deficient in lysine, but it's not deficient in methionine. And on the other hand, if we take pea protein, it appears to be deficient in methionine, but not deficient in lysine. So another key factor. So let's have a look at the experimental studies that have compared between plant and animal-based protein sources. And this was perhaps the first study that really made this direct comparison. So these are data from Sarah Wilkinson during her time in Stuart Phillips' lab that measured muscle protein synthesis rates on the y-axis against in response to the ingestion of either skimmed milk or a soy-based milk intake, and it was matched for dose in terms of around 18 grams of milk that was ingested, and this was ingested immediately after resistance exercise in young individuals. And what you can see is that the response of muscle protein synthesis to the skimmed milk was over 30% greater in the acute 4 to 6 hour period after exercise compared to when soy milk was ingested. And interestingly, the same research group, this time led by Joe Hartman, again from Stuart Phillips' lab, demonstrated that this acute response of muscle protein synthesis, so measuring muscle biopsies in the lab with an infusion, so very controlled laboratory-based study, those results translated to more harder endpoint studies, i.e. the study on the right-hand side measured changes in lean body mass with exercise training. So this was a period of prolonged exercise training whereby after each exercise session, either carbohydrate, soy protein, or milk protein was ingested after the training session. And what this figure on the right-hand side of the slide shows is the change in lean body mass with each of these three different conditions. As you can see, all different conditions increase lean body mass, but the magnitude of this increase was greatest when milk was ingested after resistance exercise compared to soy. The next logical step was to have a look at what component of the milk was particularly anabolic in this regard. And there's been a couple of studies. I've actually selected a study from older adults by Nick Bird. Again, at the time, during his time, actually this was in Luc van Loon's lab, where they measured muscle protein synthesis rates in response to either whey protein or casein protein under rested and also post-exercise conditions. So they used a unilateral exercise model whereby one leg exercised and the other leg rested, and they were able to conduct a within subject comparison. And if you look at the left-hand figure, you can see that under both resting and exercise conditions, the response of muscle protein synthesis was greater when whey was ingested compared to casein ingested under both resting and post-exercise conditions. Other studies, again, this one was in older adults, have then also made the comparison between whey alone and soy protein, this time in a dose response comparison. So this time they compared 0, 20 and 40 grams of the two different protein sources, whereas the previous study just compared a 20-gram dose. And as you can see, at both the 20-gram and the higher 40-gram dose, whey protein stimulated a greater response of muscle protein synthesis compared to a dose-matched soy protein comparison. This was another study, this time rather than comparing a dairy protein source with soy, this time the comparison was made between soy and beef protein. Again, muscle protein synthesis rates are on the y-axis, rest and exercise on the x-axis. And as you can see, the beef protein ingestion, so this was a beef steak, stimulated a greater response of muscle protein synthesis compared to a bona fide soy beef replacement. Again, this was actually not in non-athletic population, this was in middle-aged men. And then finally, there's also been a comparison between one of the dairy proteins, namely casein, and wheat protein. So this was again in older adults, but also shows that the animal-based protein source stimulated a greater response of muscle protein synthesis compared to the plant-based protein source in the namely from the wheat protein, and this was in hydrolysate form. So generally speaking, based on the current evidence in terms of comparing dairy proteins or beef with either soy or wheat, the consensus is that animal proteins stimulate a greater response of muscle protein synthesis compared with plant-based proteins. That's where the current scientific evidence lies. However, this point is very much limited to the comparison to two plant-based protein sources, namely wheat and soy. We don't know that much about a number of other plant-based protein sources such as corn or oat or quinoa, etc. And this has been extended if you compare a number of different studies that have looked at the response of muscle protein synthesis to food forms of protein versus supplement forms in the context of intact proteins. And if you plot those data as the percentage increase from a post-absorptive state, you can see that the magnitude of the change during the postprandial period is fairly similar between, say, a food-based protein source compared to a supplemental source. So the point here is that the stimulation of muscle protein synthesis appears to be fairly similar whether ingesting protein in supplement form or food form, at least from an anabolic perspective. And when we think of food form, we think of the combination of different nutrients. So we know that when protein's ingested in as a food, we've also got the interaction with the other nutrients. We've also got the interaction of other bioactive peptides, perhaps, vitamins, minerals, etc., fiber content as well. So it's interesting moving forward to understand this interaction of these different nutrients within a food matrix. And this has started to be examined as shown in these next two slides. So this was a study from Tabitha Elliott was the first author, and Kevin Tipton led this study during his time in Galveston, which tried to have a look at the role or the impact of different milk, forms of milk, on the utilization of the amino acids derived from that milk source. So this was trained young individuals. They consumed milk immediately after exercise, and muscle protein metabolism was measured in the acute period after the ingestion of the milk and following exercise. There were 3 different milk conditions: skimmed milk, whole milk, or skimmed milk, but there was energy matched to the whole milk. And as you can see, the utilization of the amino acids from these protein sources was greatest when the whole milk was ingested after exercise. So this is where the milk had the combination of protein, the same amount of protein as the other 2 conditions, but the addition of the fat. And a similar outcome has been demonstrated in this egg protein study. So a similar type of design. Again, muscle protein synthesis rates were measured on the y-axis. There were 3 conditions: fasting, there was the egg white condition, and a whole egg, so containing both the yolk, where the majority of the fat is contained, and the white, where the majority of the protein. And again, as you can see, this combination of the fat and the protein resulted in a greater response of muscle protein synthesis. So some preliminary evidence here that this interaction between protein and fat may have an advantageous effect in terms of stimulating muscle protein synthesis rates. So finally, when we talk about protein quality, i.e. we talk about optimizing the source of protein to maximize the stimulation of muscle protein synthesis following exercise, with a view to trying to maximize muscle adaptation to training, the next question is, where next? What should we be doing from a scientific standpoint and from an applied sports science or sports nutrition perspective? And of course, this is a really important question when we look at protein nutrition from a much more holistic basis. We know that different protein sources have different impacts from a sustainability perspective. And if we define sustainability in this context of environmental footprint or carbon footprint, we know that different protein sources exhibit different levels of carbon footprint. And generally speaking, on the left-hand side of these diagrams, you generally see the plant proteins, and on the right-hand side, you see the larger bars based on animal proteins. The y-axis shows the greenhouse gas emissions, or the carbon footprint. So generally speaking, it's fairly well accepted that if we want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions or the carbon footprint, then increasing the intake of plant-based protein sources is perhaps good advice. Of course, at the same time, you also need to be thinking about the health implications of this. Is that going to have a negative impact on muscle health, both from an athletic perspective and also a health perspective? So that's something that needs to be considered, taking a holistic approach. One solution is to have a good education of complementary plant-based protein sources. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, there are very much complementary plant-based protein sources that are not deficient in all essential amino acids. So, for example, some that have a relatively high essential amino acid content, a relatively high leucine content, as shown here in the red circles. But there's also combinations of plant-based protein sources that may be sufficient in lysine but deficient in methionine. So if we were to pair up soy protein with hemp, or pea protein with corn, or potato protein with brown rice, we would overcome the deficiency in one of these essential amino acids, either lysine or methionine. So the key point here is, for the vegetarian athlete, the news isn't all bad. It's still possible to get this anabolic response to plant-based protein sources. However, I would argue that it involves better education of the amino acid profile of these different plant-based protein sources. And as you can see, there are a number of different ways in which you can achieve these combinations with taking a food-first approach. As you can see, these are recipes taken from Anita Bean's vegetarian cookbook, which, as you can see, look like pretty nice meals that do cover the leucine protein recommendations on a per meal basis for athletes. The other strategy is to enrich the plant-based protein source with additional leucine to, as such, try and rescue a maximal anabolic response. This was a study by Lane Norton, albeit in a rodent model, that compared whey protein with wheat protein, but then had a wheat protein condition that was enriched with additional leucine, so that the leucine content of the wheat matched that of the whey protein. And as you can see, muscle protein synthesis rates were rescued, so to speak, when leucine was combined with the wheat protein compared to whey. On the other hand, a similar study design has been set up when trying to enrich soy protein with additional leucine. These are data from Tyler Churchward-Venny. However, there was no rescue in effect in this regard, both in terms of myofibrillar protein synthesis rates on the left and mitochondrial protein synthesis rates on the right-hand side. At the risk of opening a can of worms, there's also a lot of interest in insect-based protein sources as an alternative and perhaps sustainable source of protein nutrition. What this figure is designed to do is really give you the best candidates of insect protein sources based on the leucine content of those protein sources. And if you look at the leucine content based on the analysis, you'll see that the best options, if you are going to go down the insect protein route, would be crickets, for example. Termites also seem to be a high quality insect protein source. So it'll be interesting to see where this area of the field moves forward. So in terms of take-home messages, hopefully I've convinced you that skeletal muscle mass is important from a performance perspective, not only in an athletic setting, but also in a clinical setting. There are 3 factors that dictate the anabolic potential of a protein source, namely its digestion and amino acid absorption kinetics, its leucine content, and its essential amino acid content. On a gram for gram basis, dairy proteins are more potent than soy or wheat for stimulating muscle protein synthesis rates. And by extension, animal proteins generally are more anabolic compared to plant. However, that is restricted to the comparison of soy and wheat only for now. There's no evidence that supplemental forms of protein are more beneficial compared to food forms of protein for stimulating muscle protein synthesis. However, that's not to say there's no role for supplements. I appreciate that there's a convenience aspect, particularly in the immediate post-exercise period. And so it really comes down to the athlete preference. Several strategies exist to enhance the anabolic potential of a plant source, whether that be combining complementary plant sources or enriching with leucine. And I think moving forward, the area of protein nutrition clearly needs to take a holistic approach to combining sustainability with health outcomes. So as a final point, I'd urge caution when watching the Game Changers. I'd recommend having a look at more informed takes on this documentary. There's a really nice narrative that Asker Yukonjup, who's the next speaker, put together, which really walked through the science and how the science should be applied in this context. And finally, I'd like to thank all of my colleagues and collaborators who helped put this presentation together. Thank you all for listening.
Okay. Thank you so much, Oliver. It has been a really, really interesting presentation. We have time for a couple of questions of our students. Valentina Guglielmi has a question about the soy protein. Shall we have in account that soy can produce more estrogen in men and that could have an impact on their physical performance? What do you think about?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I would direct, sorry, I've forgotten the name of the person that just asked the question.
Valentina.
Sorry, Valentina. I'd direct Valentino to some work that's looked at the role of these so-called anabolic hormones in the regulation of muscle protein synthesis. And despite promising mechanistic links, if you actually look at how much of a change in the hormone that you need to stimulate protein synthesis, it actually comes down to being beyond a physiological change. So if I take testosterone as an example, to actually see, we know that testosterone is an anabolic hormone. So if you can increase testosterone to a large extent, then you're going to get an increase in protein synthesis. But that's at levels that are non-physiological. If you simply increase testosterone levels or other anabolic hormones within a physiological range that is possible through diet or exercise, then the impact on muscle protein synthesis appears to be negligible. So go ahead and have a look at some of the papers. Dan West is the first author and Stuart Phillips is the final author, which nicely walks through this kind of idea about these anabolic hormones and the relation or the concept that you need to be, if you're going to get an increased stimulation of protein synthesis, it's almost in relation to non-physiological levels.
Okay, thank you so much, Oliver. We have another question from Paula Perez, who asked about milk intake in the graphs you shown. We see that the recovery is greater if it is taken during exercise than post-exercise. And Paula wants to know how long is the post-exercise period? What is the time range in which it is more effective?
Thanks, Paula. So I think what that question's relating to, what Paula's getting at, is this idea of the anabolic window of opportunity in terms of muscle anabolism. And I think this is an idea that's often over-interpreted. And my take on it, and others in the field as well, I think would agree, is that perhaps the anabolic window isn't as definitive as often reported. So, and what I mean by that is, so if we say that, or the extreme view is that you're not going to get a muscle anabolic response from protein if you delay that protein for more than 45 minutes after exercise. And I think that's quite an extreme view, and that isn't really supported by the scientific literature. If you delay protein ingestion by 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours even, you're still going to get an anabolic, you're still going to increase the anabolic response to that exercise stimulus. So for the gym user, the general exerciser that's looking to gain a little bit of muscle mass, by delaying protein intake 1, 2, 3, 4, even 24 hours has been shown in the scientific literature, you can get an anabolic response. So the point there from an applied perspective is that you don't need to worry too much about getting that protein intake within the locker room straight after exercise. However, if we're talking about elite athletes, whereby we're talking about small gains, marginal gains, etc., then perhaps the best option is to try and get that protein as soon after exercise as possible, perhaps within that 1 hour post-exercise period. There doesn't seem to be any adverse effect, and there's likely to be other benefits in terms of recovery, whether that protein's ingested alongside a carbohydrate source that's important in the recovery period, etc. So I think, to bring it back to Paula's question, in summary, I think that the anabolic window is more relevant at the elite level, but I think it's often overblown in the non-elite level. And you can still get this anabolic response whether you're ingesting 45 minutes, 46 minutes, 47 minutes, or 2 hours after exercise.
Okay, thank you so much, Oliver. I hope to see you soon in our master, and we want to tell to the students that we apologize for any dubbing problems. We will send this section as soon as possible. So thank you so much, Oliver. See you soon.
Thank you.
He tirado el vídeo de...
Yo creo que la Semana Blanca es uno de los eventos que más esperamos los estudiantes. Es una oportunidad única para preguntar y conocer a grandes deportistas y profesionistas. Es sin duda una experiencia única e inigualable.
La verdad es que cuando eres pequeño, pues siempre sueñas a lo grande, ¿no? Con intentar, pues, llegar algún día a vestir esta camiseta, pero claro, luego la realidad supera todos esos sueños.
I think the values that I always took into every game, into every team, into everything that I did was hard work. Simple as that. It was hard work. I never stopped learning. Even when I was 35 years old, 38 years old, playing for Paris Saint-Germain, I still wanted to learn.
Lo importante es tener mucha confianza en ti, dar lo máximo. Si das lo máximo no te puedes exigir más, ¿no? Hay veces que ganas, hay veces que no, pero lo importante es dar el máximo tuyo y bueno, estar orgulloso de ello.
Le meilleur aspect de cette expérience, je dirais que c'est le côté humain. C'est-à-dire qu'on a des grands professionnels qui sont venus nous parler, qui ont pris du temps, qui nous ont expliqué des choses, qui ont répondu à nos questions. Je pense qu'on ne peut que valoriser tout ça.
Mi inspiración fue mi abuelo. Él me enseñó los valores de jugar al fútbol con alegría, no jugar para cabrearme o para estar nervioso, sino para reír.
Por muchos éxitos que se hayan ido acumulando y algunos fiascos también, pues siempre he mantenido la ilusión y también he mantenido esos nervios interiores que me ayuda a esforzarme cada día para ser mejor.
Si tienes pasión y te encanta lo que haces, pues tienes más posibilidades de conseguir llegar haciendo lo que te gusta.
Para ser jugador, tú tienes que divertirse, cuidarse mucho dentro y fuera de campo, llegar antes, saltar antes, pensar antes. Y la alegría me ha hecho ser uno de los jugadores dentro del club con más historia.
Yo creo que el Real Madrid en su ADN está claro que hay que ganar y hay que intentar jugar bien, pero también hay que intentar formar buenas personas y ese es el trabajo que desde la cantera se intenta inculcar.
El mejor momento de la conferencia creo que ha sido la de Fernando Alonso, porque es un ídolo que yo tengo de la Fórmula 1 desde pequeño y he podido hacerle una pregunta. ¿Has corrido alguna vez enfermo o lesionado?
Recuerdo con especial el 2011 en Ferrari, las primeras 4 o 5 carreras teníamos...
Periodized nutrition is a very important part of that. I work with Jumbo-Visma, and we had quite a journey this Tour de France with a very disappointing end for us, of course. But I would like to use this as an example to talk you through some aspects of periodized nutrition. If you want to read more, we've written a series of 3 papers that are all related to this topic. The first one was published in a little bit longer ago, in 2014. It was called A Step Towards Personalized Sports Nutrition. And then the second and the third one, both published in 2017, Training the Gut for Athletes and Periodized Nutrition for Athletes. And these all have something to do with periodizing your nutrition. Periodizing and personalizing, I think, go hand in hand, because when we talk about periodized nutrition, we really have to understand the goals of the athlete, and then we adapt the nutrition to the exact goals of the athlete. And these goals will change from, well, even from day to day, but definitely from month to month, or from winter to summer. As an example, here we have 2 different types of recovery. One that I call acute recovery. Essentially, you do your exercise, you are fatigued, then you wait, and in the hours after or days after exercise, your performance comes back to normal, and if you're lucky, it gets even better than normal. Training adaptation uses that, because at the moment where you have recovered to some degree, you then exercise again and again and again, and over time you see the training adaptation, you become better. But sometimes optimizing acute recovery may compromise long-term training adaptations, and we know this, for example, when we take carbohydrates, this can really help acute recovery. So if we do another performance a few hours later or a day later, then carbohydrate intake actually makes a difference. Antioxidants, there's fewer studies, but there are some studies that high doses of antioxidants could actually help with acute recovery. For training adaptation, this may be a different story. If we always have a focus on carbohydrate and always take carbohydrate immediately after exercise, it may actually impair some of the training adaptation. If we take carbohydrate always during training, it may reduce our fat metabolism, and it may also reduce the adaptations that we could get in fat metabolism. Antioxidants, high doses of antioxidants have been shown to impair training adaptation. So sometimes we want to focus on carbohydrates, sometimes we may want to use antioxidants, but other times we don't. And we can periodize this, we can plan for this. So that brings me to the definition of periodized nutrition. And this is directly taken from the paper published in 2017. Periodized nutrition, or a different name for it, is nutritional training, is the planned, purposeful and strategic use of specific nutrition interventions to enhance the adaptation targeted by individual exercise sessions or periodic training plans, or to obtain other effects that will enhance performance longer term. That is a very long definition, and I will summarize it in 3 points. First is periodized nutrition is strategic. It is planned use of nutrition. So that is very different from deciding on the day, oh, I trained hard, so I will therefore eat a little bit more, or I will eat carbohydrate. It's actually days before that day, you have planned to train hard and therefore planned to take on board more energy, more carbohydrate. The second point is it is not just restricted to adaptations of the muscle, although in the scientific literature we focus very much on muscle. The adaptations we're talking about here could also be the brain, it could also be the intestinal system. And I think the last point is that we always have a long-term performance improvement as the main goal. So if we now apply this to a situation of football, for example, in this case, we have the schedule here with a match on Sunday. You can see the different types of training. Some training is harder than other training. And if you know the goals of the training, you know when the match day is, you know when you want glycogen levels to be high, when you want them to be normal, then you can start to plan in your meals. And those meals could have a focus on just general health. They could have a focus on recovery and fueling, or they could have a focus on recovery and muscle building. So, and that's periodized nutrition. So there is a plan and you strategically use different types of meals. This is a fairly simple example in football. And in football, the advantage is that usually the players eat together at the highest level at least. And therefore you can serve these meals and prepare these meals for them. In cycling, sometimes it's a little bit different. In cycling, we may want to use different tools. We may want to use a tool called Train Low, where we train twice a day, we train fasted, we train without carbohydrate intake during exercise, and so on. We can also train high. With Train High, we do the opposite. We train with high muscle and liver glycogen. Another goal could be to train the gut, where we train stomach comfort, or we train gastric emptying, or we train intestinal absorption. There are also some ideas about training dehydrated, so you can get custard to training in a dehydrated state. And then you could also train with certain supplements that could help with certain training adaptations. So if we bring all of these different goals into a plan, we get something like this. And this is from a few years ago, something that we used in a different professional cycling team. You can see, for example, on Saturday, there's a very large red block there of training high. This is a really hard training session where the goal is to train the gut. So they train with a lot of carbohydrate, maybe as they would do in races. Then when they come back, they have a high protein meal. Everything in that week is planned to support the different training sessions. So if, for example, on Wednesday, you see a fat burning training, in order to optimize that training, you first reduce the carbohydrate intake after you already do some training in a fasted state to really optimize fat oxidation. So that's just an example of what periodized nutrition could look like in road cycling. Now, if we go to the Tour de France, and this is where I want to spend most of the time, then of course we prepare for the Tour de France. It is a form of periodized training. Every day will be different. The nutrition needs will be different. We may want to feed riders a bit differently in the mountains than on flat stages, and so on. So it definitely is a form of periodized nutrition. And preparing nutrition for the Tour de France really starts months before, when we know what the 21 stages are of the tour. This is where the discussions start about planning our nutrition. We also start the discussions then on, okay, how do we prepare best for this? What should the training look like? But we also start to think about nutrition already at that stage. So these are the stages. You see the profiles, you know the distances, you know which days are going to be the really hard days, you know which days are going to be challenging, particularly for your team with your goals, your riders. And then you look at each of these stages also in more detail. We have the elevations in each stage. But you can also analyze in the center, apart from elevation, you can analyze many other aspects of that race. Where can we expect wind? Where can we expect echelons? So all of this is analyzed well in advance. Here you can see again all of the stages. You can see the different distances, the elevations, and you can then see in the colors sort of indicate if it's red, those are generally the harder days. But also for each day, there will be an idea of how that day will develop for your team. And the role for each rider may be different on that stage. So you really have to calculate all of these meals for 7 riders, and it may be different for all of those riders. So if you would take 21 days times 6 meals times 6 riders I've put there, but it should be 7 riders, you get to, maybe with it you already start 3 days before the tour, you almost get to 1,000 meals, 1,000 different meals that you would have to prepare and measure. And the riders use an app. So we've developed this app over the last 2.5, 3 years. The riders now eat and measure their food. It starts at breakfast and it finishes with their last meal. Every meal is measured. They do this in training. They do this at training camps. They also do this in races. The app that we developed was based on Excel spreadsheets that I was using with the riders. And when I started, I could only do 2 riders because it was too much work to do more than 2 riders. So I started with the top 2 riders maybe 3 years ago. I calculated everything for every day in my Excel spreadsheets. I turned it into meals, and then the riders would eat those meals. So now the Jumbo is the sponsor of the cycling team. It's one of the largest supermarkets in Holland. They have developed this app for the rider. So instead of my Excel spreadsheets, we now use this app. All the meals are programmed by the chefs that we have in the team, and the app will have an input from what we expect from that day, are the carbohydrate needs, the energy needs, and it then searches for the right meals and the right amounts. So the app makes life a lot easier. But the inputs still are somewhat manual. So we need predictions for various stages. For example, what do we expect for each rider to be the expected power output? And then what is the expected intensity? So average power output doesn't tell the entire story. We also need to know where, how many parts of that race will it be really intense, so that we can calculate carbohydrate needs. We also need to understand what the role is for each rider and what the goals are for each rider on that day. And these things just vary from day to day. Even within the team, riders will have different goals, different roles, completely different intensities, and completely different average power outputs. In order to get to these predictions, we need input from the team director, the performance director, from the trainers and the coaches, from the riders themselves, from the nutritionist or nutritionists on the team, and then from me as the head of nutrition. So together we come to these predictions, and over time, of course, we've done so many races now that we've become really good at this. And it's surprising to see how accurate you can be with these predictions. So these predictions are mostly predictions of energy expenditure and of carbohydrate use. That then help us to set nutrition targets for energy, for carbohydrate. That then informs the meal planning that is done by the chefs. The team works with 7 chefs that do the meal planning. So this is how it works. We have predictions of energy expenditure and carbohydrate use, nutrition targets, and that gets turned into meals, breakfast, snacks, what they have to take on the bike. And then you can see one of the chefs here preparing the meals, weighing the meals. And then when the cyclists are on the bike, of course, we have power meters. All that information is collected every second. And when they finish a stage, they press their bike computer, and immediately the information gets uploaded to Training Peaks, the software that we use for these power files. When they finish the stage, they also receive a recovery meal. And so far, all of that information, all of the meals are based on the predictions. But now we have actual data, and sometimes the predictions are off. A stage is easier, sometimes it's harder than predicted, or sometimes a rider had to work more or less than we expected. But because we now have the power file, we can adjust the nutrition targets if needed. And then the evening meal is really used to adjust the carbohydrates and energy needs for that particular day. All of that is done through the app. And this year, the team obviously did a lot of work. For those of you who watched it, they've been riding a lot at the front. They were probably the favorites because one of the strongest teams going into the race. And the guys were spending a lot of time at the front of the race. This is something that we did not expect, say, 3 months ago when we did the first planning. So we adjusted this the week or the 2 weeks before going into the Tour de France, when we had an idea that, yes, we are actually going into this race as maybe the favorites for the race, So that means we will have to work a little bit more at the front of the race. And obviously, the race went very well. We did. It was a very dominant performance by the team. We won stage 4, 5, and 7. We had the yellow jersey in stage 9. Primož Roglič here finished second in that stage, but took the yellow jersey. And then after that, of course, there was more riding at the front, because now you have to control for the yellow jersey. So we saw the riders a lot at the front of the race, and everything went very well up until day 20. This was day 19 or 18, and this is day 21, the last day. You can see in the top corner here, Primož extremely disappointed, and I'll put here, after 87 hours and 21 minutes and 4 seconds, which was the time that he finished the Tour de France, he came 59 seconds short of winning. If we express that in a percentage, is 0.01876%. And of course, bitter disappointment if you've been leading the race for so long, and then on day 20, you get beaten by your sort of younger countryman. But that is sport too. I think Primož can accept it, because he knows he's put everything into this. He's prepared as well as he could do. There's probably nothing that he could have done better, and that's why he can accept this incredible loss. It'll hurt for a while, I'm sure, but that is also one side of sport. It's the really brutal side of sport, but it's also the thing that makes sport so beautiful. So with that, I hope that I've given you a little bit of insight into one of the applications of periodized nutrition. In this case, the Tour de France that just finished. I haven't gone through all of the literature on periodized nutrition. I will just refer you to the papers that I showed you at the beginning. If you are interested in the science, you can go to my website, mysportscience.com, where I've tried in a number of articles to explain a little bit more what periodized nutrition is and how we can deal with it. Or on My Sports Science Academy, I'll be posting very soon some lectures on that topic, where I go into the scientific literature a little bit more. So this talk was a little bit more applied, but hopefully interesting, and hopefully it has triggered some questions. I'll be more than happy to answer some questions if there are any. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Oscar. Incredible talk, like as always. Yeah, we have a lot of questions. So let me. A lot of them are in Spanish, so let me translate from English.
That's better. That's better.
Yeah, I know that you speak a really good Spanish, but
2 words, yeah.
Okay. Carlos is asking me that what do you think of the last trends in long distance running, for example, about the 120 grams of carbohydrates? Do you have to train to this intake before, or can the body accept, or this is too much for the high stimulus in carbohydrates? What do you think about this?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, Carlos. Yeah. 120 grams per hour, of course, is an enormous amount of carbohydrate to take in during sort of ultra running. I mean, marathon runners usually struggle already with 25 or 30 grams of carbohydrate per hour. So to take 120 grams per hour is a very large amount. But I don't think it's impossible. We have seen this trend in marathon running where even like runners like Kipchoge have been taking larger amounts of carbohydrate. Maybe not quite 120 grams per hour, but definitely larger than the traditional very small amounts that were consumed. There is evidence, mostly in cycling, that a higher intake could actually be beneficial. So if you could push it to 120 grams per hour and you would have no problems with tolerance, then it is likely that that would actually help performance. So the question is, can you take it without GI problems? And that, I think, just comes down to training the gut. So if you have trained the gut and you know from many training sessions that you can tolerate 120 grams per hour, which you've probably gradually built up from 60 to 70 to 80 to 90 to all the way up to 120 grams per hour, maybe even higher in training, then maybe it is possible. But it is not something that you could recommend to any runner and say, go and run this ultra run tomorrow and take 120 grams per hour. You need to practice and practice and practice. And only if you know for sure that in training you can tolerate it without problem, I would then try it in competition. And even then, I would, in competition, because the stress of competition and because of maybe the little bit of extra intensity that you have in competition, I would always go a little bit lower than what I could tolerate in training in competition.
Okay, good. Okay, Mauricio is asking you that if you can explain what is the difference in the diet of a sprinter, cyclist sprinter, or a climber specialist in the Tour de France. How they prepare each other?
Yeah, well, the preparation is of course different in that in terms of training, in that a sprinter would probably have a lot more sprint training with very high peak power in their daily training, whereas a climber would spend a lot more time at altitude and in the mountains. In terms of like their nutrition and the way you periodize that, you would just have to look at what is the day of the sprinter going to look like. And for the top sprinters, the day would be they would compete mostly on the flat stages. So most of that day, the role of their team is to protect them. Their power outputs will be as low as it possibly can be. They try to save everything they have for the final sprint, and then they sprint. So in that scenario, you have like probably the lowest power outputs you can expect in any of the Tour de France riders, apart from maybe the last 500 meters where you can expect the highest power outputs. But that's an example of where you would find lower energy expenditures and also lower carbohydrate needs. The guys that were working for the sprinter at the front of the peloton, that's a whole different story. So they will have very high energy expenditures and also have used a lot of carbohydrate. The climbers, of course, they have to do the business in the mountains, and that is all a little bit unpredictable because sometimes the attacks are already on the first climb, sometimes the attacks are only on the last climb. If it starts early, their energy and their carbohydrate needs can be enormous. If it's relatively easy the whole day and then it all explodes on the last climb, then energy expenditures are generally a little bit lower, even though the last climb may be very high power outputs.
Okay, thank you. Honestly, I don't know the name because he's a Chinese guy, but he's asking you what is the name of this app that you can calculate food energy, and the name of your app also?
Yeah, so we actually used two apps. I showed one. That app is only for use by the team. So it's called Food Coach app, but it's only in Dutch anyway. but it's also an app that is developed for the team only, and because the team feels that this is like one of the things where they have an advantage over other teams, they will not share that, of course. There is another app that we use, and that is the app to calculate what we give the riders on during the stage. That app is called Fuel the Core. So if you go to www.fuelthecore.com, then you can have access to that app, and it's exactly the same app that the riders use.
Okay, thank you, Asker. Another question, Rosenbeden and Nerida, they would like to know that you support, what do you think about the fasting training or intermittent fasting? Are you agree?
Yep. Yeah, so yeah, they're two different questions, I think. So fasted training and intermittent fasted, they're quite different things. So fasted training is really you get up in the morning and you go and do your training. The idea is that overnight, your body has used up the glucose that is stored in your liver. And so when you go out for a run or a bike ride, you go out and have higher rates of fat oxidation than when you would go out after a breakfast. There is evidence that theory is indeed, it works. So you can, over time, you can develop your fat metabolism a little bit more. It's not something that I would do every day. It's not something that I would do the whole year. But for runners and cyclists, for example, it is something that could be incorporated pre-season, I think. And then I would do it no more than probably once a week. Intermittent fasting is a little bit different. Intermittent fasting just means that you limit the time that you allow yourself to eat. So you say between this time and this time, I'm going to be fasting. I'm not gonna eat. This has been used as a way to reduce energy intake and to lose weight. In a way, of course, if you have less time to eat, maybe that will work. But the scientific literature is not so clear on that, because it is also possible that you're then hungrier, and therefore in the time that you can eat, you actually eat more. So it's I don't think the evidence is really clear that intermittent fasting always works. I do think that it can work for some people, and I know that like working with cyclists, for example, who train maybe 5-6 hours a day. As soon as they start to train 5-6 hours a day, it is difficult to actually maintain their weight. And I think one of the reasons is that when they're on the bike, they can't eat so much. And therefore, it is just a different form of time-restricted eating. So there's less, they expend more energy, and there is less time in the day for them to eat. And I think that's really important.
Okay, thank you, Asker. More and more questions, sorry. Emmanuel is asking you that as an expert or as a nutritionist, I mean, like a member of an staff, how is the communication with the coaches or with the doctors? How is the protocol? Who is the person you talk first? Could you explain us how you manage every day this?
Yeah, I can. Well, I can speak from this team. There is an enormous amount of communication, and I think communication is really key. What is also key is that the team is a team, and so like these decisions on the planning of nutrition, you cannot make those on your own as a nutritionist, but neither can the coach or the trainer or the performance director or the chef. No one can do this on your own. You need all this input and all this knowledge. So you need to bring these people together, and you constantly need to evaluate. So it's usually the task of the performance director to lead the meetings. That's sort of what the role is of the performance director. But very often the performance director is busy with other races or with another team or on another call, and then someone else takes over. So it's more, you just need someone to lead the conversation, and you need everyone with their area of expertise to weigh in on the topics. But yeah, communication is absolutely key to this. So the more communication you have and the better that communication is streamlined, the more success you will have.
Okay. Of course, everybody is thanking you for your time, for the talk, for sure. But for example, Bahem is asking you, just for curiosity, how many hells can a cyclist take in a keen stage or in a big tournament or something like that?
How many?
How many gels? How many carbohydrates gels?
I think the only right answer is it's individual. So some can take more than others. I think 90 grams of carbohydrate per hour, which is our recommendation usually, is something that everyone can achieve. Okay. And some can go a little bit higher than that. I think that's probably the best answer. And the 120 grams that we mentioned earlier that's a really high limit, I think.
Okay. And in average, how many calories does a cyclist consume during the tour, or what is the distribution, more or less?
Well, all the days are a bit different, right? On average, it's between 5,500 and 6,000 calories per day. But some of the days it'll be 8,000, and some of the days of the time trial, for example, it is a little bit less. The rest days, of course, are the lowest. But even on the rest day, and this is quite interesting, riders go out for a ride. They ride at least 1 hour, but many ride 2 hours or even a bit more. So even on the rest days, the energy expenditures are 3,500, 4,000 calories.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask. Is there? This is Diego. There is a lot of high performance cyclists who is vegetarian in the tour, for example, or in different groups?
There aren't many, but there are some, but there are not many. No.
Not many. And you do you know why? Do you think that they can achieve the high performance in a vegetarian way?
Yeah, I think the answer is probably yes. Otherwise, they wouldn't be riding at that level. It is possible. So I think that's the short answer. Would I recommend it? I would probably say no, unless this is someone who's really knowledgeable about nutrition and really knows what to do. It is harder, I think, to do it exactly right if you're a vegetarian. And this is probably follows on from Ollie's talk on. It is clear that animal protein is a little bit better than plant-based proteins, which there are all sorts of ways to compensate for that. I think Ollie talked about leucine or just eating more of a combination of plant-based proteins. But all of those options are just making it a little bit more complicated and a little bit harder. And if you, like, for example, if you're in a Tour de France and you're trying to, or you're struggling already to get enough food in, because eating 6,000 calories per day, day after day after day for 21 days is not that easy. Then, yeah, if you have to eat even more of plant-based proteins, then that becomes really challenging.
Okay. Coco Ortiz Coco Urtiz is asking, okay, good afternoon, Asker, thank you for everything. Training dehydrated, when do you recommend applying it? For a long distance runner or half distance?
Yeah, it's a good, I mentioned it, but there aren't many studies. There are some studies from Loughborough University where they did show that this can actually help. So normally competing dehydrated has negative effects on performance. If you do this sort of training, very often training in a dehydrated state, it can reduce those negative effects, it seems. But the effects will still be negative. So it's never recommended really to do this in competition. But if you know that this is going to happen anyway in competition because, I don't know, maybe there are not enough aid stations or you can't carry enough water or for whatever reason, then I think it's probably a good idea to incorporate some of this training as well. And again, I wouldn't do this every training. I would just do it once or twice a week, where the purpose is really to become dehydrated and then continue the training in that state.
Okay. Diego Garcia is asking, what do you think? What's your opinion about the protein supplements with fast assimilation or amino acids during the resistance training? Thank you. Great talk.
Thank you. Yeah, during the training, is it the question focused on during training or because I think in general having your amino acids or proteins, I would generally not recommend amino acids but just intact proteins because you need all of the amino acids, so why not go for a whole protein instead of just some of the amino acids. So that's what I would do, and then I think the evidence is really the timing doesn't really matter that much. You can do it before, and studies have shown that increases protein synthesis. You can do it during, and studies have shown that increases protein synthesis, or you can do it after. I heard that Ollie was talking about sort of this window or in the hour after where it's supposed to be extra effective. And I totally agree with him that it is really not that the timing is really not that critical. So, but if you take your protein around the exercise, then that is great. Now, I talked a lot about cycling, so I get this question a lot, like should these cyclists be taking protein supplements during? And my answer is no, because the main goal really is to supply carbohydrate as fuel as much as possible. We talked about 90 grams per hour. If you're now going to add protein to that, you're going to slow down the delivery of that carbohydrate. And I think very quickly you would cause stomach problems. So during that type of activity, I wouldn't do it. If it is resistance exercise, of course, it's a different story.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Roberto Clemente from Mexico. He's asking you that the stomach training is for which sport is better to use? I mean, for example, for team sport, do you recommend this kind of strategy, or is just for cycling or marathon or this kind of sports?
Yeah, I think that training, I think you could use it with any sport, but it's mostly designed for those sports where you have intakes of like 90 grams of carbohydrate per hour. And then I would do that type of training. Having said that, if you have, say, a football player or any player in a team sport who complains of stomach problems, or a player who says, "Oh, I can't eat like 4 hours before a match," then I think you have a player where this strategy could work. Because if you have a player that can't eat for 4 hours before a match, the question is that player really properly fueled at the time of the match? Maybe he is, maybe he or she isn't. So I would definitely explore like bringing like the meal a little bit closer to training and doing that over and over and over. And I think eventually the player will get used to that and will also compete better, even if the meal is now 3 hours before instead of 4 hours. And I think if you've achieved that, there is an advantage. So there's different ways of sort of training the gut, and I think it applies to all situations where athletes, whoever they are, have problems with their stomach, problems tolerating food. So I think in those cases, you can really train the gut and get used to it.
Okay. Last question, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay. What recommendation would you make in team sports, for example, soccer at halftime? Or do you think that the hydration is enough for the football players?
Yeah. Good question. I think, well, two things are really important, of course. It's hydration is one, and then making sure that carbohydrate intake is adequate. They're the two things you have to pay attention to. Whether hydration is really that important depends on how much the players would sweat. You can do those measurements. In my experience, there are some players that sweat so much that this is really important, but the vast majority of players just don't lose enough for this to become a problem. So I would, if you take 2 or 2.5% as a cutoff of body weight loss, do the measurements, and if they lose more than that, get them to drink a little bit more, so they lose by the end less of the 2 or 2.5%. But there will be quite a few players who just don't really have to worry about drinking. It is a bit different with carbohydrate intake, because carbohydrate intake in football, at least, is going to be important. And I think the studies, like the vast majority of studies, show that there's not only an effect on running performance meaning you can just fatigue comes later, and also you spend more time running at high intensity and less time low intensity if you take on board carbohydrate. But it also has effect on skill performance. So agility, sort of dribbling, passing, a lot of sort of technical skills are also improved with carbohydrate intake. You need a fairly large amount of carbohydrate, I think. I generally recommend around 75 grams of carbohydrate, so that's quite a lot. But that 75 grams can be ingested just before the start of a match and at halftime. So if you divide it, it's actually very doable. It shouldn't be a problem to take on that carbohydrate, especially because the form of the carbohydrate doesn't really matter. So if you like gels, that's fine. It's a very easy way to get it. But if you don't like gels, there's plenty of other alternatives. You can get it through bananas, through fruit gums, gummies, all sorts of ways to get your carbohydrate in. So I would probably focus a little bit more on carbohydrate intake than on the hydration, but I would check hydration just by measuring body weight and making sure that you don't lose too much.
Okay, Oscar. Sorry, I told you the last question, but a lot of questions are coming in, so I promise that this is the last one, okay? Because I think that is interesting. Okay, there is a lot of trends about nitrates related to, for example, recovery. What do you think about the nitrates? We have evidence, or is worth?
Yes and no. I think there's quite a bit of evidence that nitrates can work in certain situations for certain purposes in certain sports, not everywhere. So I think we cannot just say, should we have nitrates for recovery? Because I think the evidence mostly shows that nitrates reduce the oxygen cost of exercise and may have an effect on performance in sports where the intensity is really high and you're above sort of VO2 max, or at least at VO2 max. In recovery, there is like much less information. So, but this does happen, of course. You get a few positive studies on a supplement, and then people are starting to use this supplement for all sorts of purposes, even though there really is no evidence for this. You also see nitrates are used a lot in endurance sports, even though actually the evidence isn't there that it does much in endurance sports. Maybe at altitude, but on long runs, long bike rides, I'm not sure it does much, or at least the evidence isn't there. And for recovery, it's the same. I don't think we have a lot of evidence that it does anything in recovery.
Okay, perfect, Tasker. Really interesting talk and answers. Thank you very much for your time. It's really appreciate. Okay, I really appreciate.
No, thank you, and thanks everyone for all the questions and for attending. So
okay,
we'll see you next time.
See you. Bye.
See you soon. Ciao.
Okay, guys. So now we're gonna make a break of 2 minutes for the next lecturer. See you soon. Okay, hello everybody, welcome back. Let me introduce to the next lecture. Trent, since 2011, is the director of the Performance Solution at the Canadian Sport Institute Pacific in Victoria, Canada. In this role, he directs several different research projects across different sport performance discipline areas with master, PhD, and postdoctorate students involved. He is also the sport science, sport medicine, and innovation lead for athletics in Canada. His primary sport and research focus are in the field of physiology and nutrition interaction, and as well as environmental, like altitude or heat expertise. Okay, so among the other relevant things, Trent was the senior scientist in performance nutrition for Power Bar. He has more than 100 publication papers and the author of 10 book chapters. Also, in 2010, Trent was the lead author and president for the Olympic Committee, a nutrition consensus meeting. And over the years, Trent has attended and serviced athletes in sport in 4 Olympic Games, 4 Commonwealth Games, and more than 15 World Championships across the several sports. So welcome, Trent. It's really a privilege that you are with us. Your turn, wherever you want, you can start. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for that introduction. And it's great to be able to connect with you all virtually. And I hope I can give a talk today that is intriguing and interesting. So I will talk about nutrition and altitude. And I will do my talk today, there we go, with 5 sections. First, I'll give a little bit of background. I then want to spend some time on iron, as iron is a very essential micronutrient for endurance sport, but especially at altitude. We'll then talk a little bit about reactive oxygen and nitrogen species in altitude, energy availability, and finally a summary. I thought I'd also highlight that some of the research I'll show within, certainly not all our research, but over the past years, with many different altitudes, countries, and specifically different athletes that are at altitude, we've run a series of, I think, 5 or 6 studies, all up at Flagstaff, Arizona, integrating lots of different athletes and different research questions, as some of the best athletes in the world are up training there every April. I even, at times, our family's there, and here's a picture of my son a few years ago, helping to drop off some collection cups. And here's just another photo showing the types of interventions and a thank you photo to all the athletes that have been involved in our research up there, of which I will show some of the studies in the next 30 minutes or so. So background. We have to set the stage as to why altitude is a different environment that needs different nutrition considerations. First of all, when you go to altitude, obviously there's a drop in partial pressure, which results in less oxygen that is on the blood, in the blood, and therefore hypoxic responses. And the body tries to deal with a drop in oxygen saturation, initially by increased ventilation. However, initially over the first week or so, that can result in respiratory alkalosis, or a change in blood pH, and an increased sympathetic activity. So it increased adrenaline, which disrupts sleep. There are also structural or non-hematological or non-blood changes that can occur at altitude. There's studies showing in as little as 10 days, altitude can increase capillaries or enzymes or buffering. And then finally, over 3 to 4 weeks, and this is the mechanism that most people are aware of regarding altitude, you get an increase in EPO quite immediately, usually measured within day 1, which over time results in an increase in hemoglobin and red blood cells. And so by this slide, I hope I show that there are other responses, such as responses in the muscle, that also occur at altitude and not just blood responses. But because there's less oxygen saturation on the blood, it results in an increase in absolute exercise intensity at altitude, an increase in carbohydrate use at altitude, therefore increased energetic demands at altitude. And because altitude tends to be more dry, there's increased hydration demands. And so when athletes are at altitude, given all of these responses, there is an increased chance for dehydration, running out of muscle glycogen, having poor energy availability, resulting in poor sleep and recovery, and definitely an increased chance for gastrointestinal issues. So these are all the things that you need to consider that are slightly different, or certainly different than sea level when going to altitude. Primarily, most individuals go to altitude to try to show and get an increase in red cell volume, shown here. If you get a normal blood test from the doctor, it is generally reported in grams per deciliter and hematocrit, so you don't get the absolute value of red blood cell mass. So I'm going to show some hemoglobin mass results throughout this presentation. And so to measure hemoglobin mass, and not just the relative amount of hemoglobin, we use a technique called carbon monoxide rebreathe. Here's what the apparatus looks like. In short, you take a blood draw prior, pre-test. You then have an athlete breathe over 2 minutes a known small amount of carbon monoxide. And then we take a blood draw afterwards. And through some very well-established and validated calculations, you can establish how much total hemoglobin mass an athlete may have, which is highly correlated to VO2 max. Here is the hemoglobin concentration that you typically see from a doctor in grams per deciliter, which can be highly variable depending on, say, background hydration status, and the relationship to VO2 max is much less clear. And so here's some data from a review that I've layered in some of our Canadian athletes in terms of the amount of hemoglobin mass in grams per kg that you normally see. We have published this data on my wife before, who is a 2-time Olympian. And pre-camp versus post-camp, at times you could see from altitude over 4 weeks a change in relative hemoglobin mass going from 13.5 all the way up to 15. She's always had great responses at altitude. And so those are the types of numbers and changes we hope to get when an athlete goes to altitude. It is also really important to recognize that the vast majority of research done at altitude is up over 4,000 meters of altitude, in that elite athletes' optimal altitude training zone is in and around 2,000 meters. And the hypoxic response one gets at 2,000 meters is a lot different than at 4,000 meters. And I think sometimes we over extrapolate the 4,000 meter data and assume the same types of relationships occur at moderate altitudes. But in fact, much more research needs to be done at moderate altitudes that elite athletes train at. So for example, in altitude research and altitude nutrition research, there's 100+ papers from the US Army Pikes Peak Research Facility, which is at 4,300 meters. And here's some examples of much higher altitude studies that you can look up. Today, I'm going to focus on just 2,000 meters of altitude. So now we'll switch to iron, a very important micronutrient at altitude. And part of the reason it's very important is obviously when someone goes to altitude, there's an initial hypoxic response, which results in an increase in EPO, natural EPO from hypoxia, and an increase in reticulocytes, which eventually evolve into hemoglobin. And for hemoglobin, for optimal conversion to hemoglobin, iron is required. And therefore, iron is a very important micronutrient to maximize and optimize hemoglobin mass responses to altitude. And this was nicely shown in a review a few years ago out of the Australian Institute of Sport, where they went back and looked at nearly 200 athletes over the years and their response to low to moderate amounts of altitude with different amounts of iron intake. This is a retrospective analysis. And in short, what you can see here is the athletes that took no iron dose had on average throughout their camp about a 1% increase in hemoglobin. The athletes that took in 100 milligrams or 105 milligrams of elemental iron per day had a 3% increase in hemoglobin. And the athletes that took in a very large 210 milligrams of elemental iron per day had an even further significant increase, percent change in hemoglobin mass. And it was only at this higher dose when there was actually even an increase in ferritin. And so you can see how important iron is to optimize the hemoglobin mass responses. Part of iron regulation is done by hepcidin. Hepcidin is a protein that is encoded by the HAMP gene, and hepcidin is a key regulator of the amount of iron that can end up in the circulation. So for example, hepcidin blocks iron availability through the enterocytes, so in the intestine. So if you have an iron supplement, for example, iron blocks the amount of splanchnic macrophage iron availability, as well as the iron that is coming out of hepatocytes. Things that stimulate iron are inflammation, and exercise actually increases hepcidin acutely, which blocks iron availability. When you take an iron supplement, hepcidin is also increased. However, in situations of erythropoietic iron requirements, such as altitude, it lowers or blocks hepcidin. So again, hepcidin blocks and decreases and results in decreased plasma iron. And leading into one of our altitude studies, there was a paper published on iron metabolism out of Italy by Moretti et al., where they looked at taking iron daily versus every other day, and looked at the hepcidin responses, or looking at split iron doses within the day. And the title of this paper was Oral Iron Supplement Increases Hepcidin, Decreases Iron Absorption from Daily to Twice Daily Doses in Iron Depleted Young Women. And so we had this paper as we went to altitude. And you can see here, if you take multiple iron doses throughout the day, such as 10 in the morning, 4 o'clock, 8 a.m. the next day, hepcidin increases, which decreases the amount of iron bioavailability because you're taking your iron probably too often. So an increase in the amount of elemental iron given in a single dose decreases the subsequent iron bioavailability due to the increase in hepcidin. So those are important to know, not only for altitude, but how you might consider periodizing your iron supplement. And so we did a study looking at iron dosing at altitude. We collaborated with Pete Peeling. Here's some photos up in Flagstaff. And basically what we did is we took 26 elite athletes over a 3-week training camp, and we measured them pre and post camp with the hemoglobin mass, as well as blood draws to look at ferritin, hepcidin, erythropoietin. We looked at food frequency of iron intake, gastrointestinal results, menstrual blood losses, training questionnaires throughout. And these 26 athletes were split into 2 groups. Each group got the same amount of elemental iron per day. However, group 1 had a split dose where they took 100 milligrams in the morning and 100 milligrams at night, while group 2 took all of their iron in the evening only, 200 milligrams. So what did we find? In fact, similar to the Moretti paper I just shown, the single dose resulted in slightly greater post-camp hemoglobin mass increases. Although there was increases in both groups, that's important to point out, but it was slightly greater in the single dose. We assume because hepcidin was a bit lower, there was better iron availability. Indeed, ferritin was only significantly increased in the split dose. It was not significantly increased in the single dose, which again suggests that perhaps more iron was being pushed towards hemoglobin synthesis. And finally, as shown before, at the start of the camp versus 3 weeks later, hepcidin also decreased because the athletes were primarily in a hypoxic environment where EPO was elevated. So some interesting results, which does suggest single dosing of iron while at altitude is better than split dosing. And out of that, we've recently written a review around recommendations around altitude and iron supplement. And I'll highlight that review. It's an open access review. First, it's really important to realize there's various ways to increase iron bioavailability and decrease it. So things like calcium can block iron availability, intense prolonged exercising causing hepcidin release. So have a look at that in the review. Generally, we recommend 4 to 6 weeks prior to altitude, a baseline blood screen to look at making sure the athlete is healthy, making sure you get the iron profile and serum ferritin. Perhaps you might consider carbon monoxide if that's an option, but at the very least, get a complete blood count and ferritin values. If ferritin is under 35 nanograms per ml, they should probably start supplementing iron already a few weeks out. If they're very iron deficient, under 15, they should absolutely consult with a sports medicine physician. About 2 weeks prior to altitude and throughout, we tend to put our athletes first initially on about 100 milligrams of elemental iron, and once they get to altitude, we try to push that to 200 milligrams of elemental iron per day in a single dose. If GI issues present for more than 7 days, we might back off that 200 and go down to 100 or 150. But some data I didn't show in the last slide is we also found that GI side effects at high doses of iron at altitude seem to dissipate or decrease after about a week or two on the high dose iron. Again, as Asker had mentioned, the gut is adaptable. And there's a few other recommendations here for a post-altitude blood draw, and you'd probably post-altitude go back to the normal iron supplementation protocol the athlete had prior to altitude. In many instances, that's perhaps no iron intake from a supplement, and they're getting the vast majority of their iron from food. So there's a lot of details here, and I will highlight this altitude nutrition review, and you can go read that in detail on your own. This is a great slide from Asker's website. I'll highlight it. He's got great content there on his My Sports Science website. We're showcasing that the food source of iron does matter. Here on the left is the amount of milligrams per 100 grams of the food iron, or of the food item. And so you can see both animal and plant sources have high levels of iron. However, the bioavailability of iron is much lower here on the right, so the amount that's actually absorbed in plant-based sources compared to animal-based sources. And so it's very important to recognize that. In some instances, some athletes struggle with low iron their entire career, and we have to work with them continually with iron supplements. But we absolutely do try to iron optimize their diet. And here's this iron considerations for the athlete. This is a narrative review I was a part of. And a little bit later, I'll highlight our altitude nutrition review as well. This was just published last year, primarily from Pete Peeling's group. So now let's talk a little bit about hypoxia and whether there's too much or too little stress at altitude. There's a lot of papers out there about altitude or hypoxic-induced oxidative stress, and almost all the studies are at very high altitudes, much higher than most athletes train at. And indeed, performing exercise of higher intensities increases hypoxic-induced oxidative stress. Conversely, though, there is strong experimental evidence suggesting that low to moderate exercise intensity and health and training and aerobic adaptations reduces total oxidative stress. So acutely, there's an increase, but over time, exercise is a good thing for oxidative stress. And there's a balance to oxidative stress. For example, excessive reactive oxygen and nitrogen species from strenuous training and altitude might cause oxidative stress and inflammation. However, there's a few studies to also show that acute levels and normal levels of oxidative stress are a good thing for training adaptation. They help stimulate mitochondrial biogenesis and endurance adaptations, and that taking high-dose antioxidants might not be a good idea, high-dose vitamin C or high-dose vitamin E. And this is a slide by registered dietitian Anu Kovoidstu from the Norwegian Olympic Sport Center. And she's published 3 outstanding papers in this area on hypoxia and altitude in athletes in the last few years. But there remain some questions around whether real food actually causes inflammatory stress or poor adaptation. And so here's Anu in a paper that was published in 2018. An absolutely outstanding paper where they took about 31 athletes and split them into 2 groups. And basically, while at altitude, one group ate controlled foods, while the other group ate antioxidant-rich foods. So not a supplement, but food. And that is really important here. How did they do with the intervention? Basically, for the antioxidant group, they looked at foods high in antioxidants like fruits, vegetables, nuts, juice, dark chocolate. And indeed, throughout the 3-week training camp, the antioxidant group had about a doubling the amount of antioxidants compared to the control group. And interestingly enough, between the 2 groups, pre and post, there was a significant increase % change in hemoglobin, and it was equivalent in both groups. There was a significant increase in VO2 max after altitude, and it was equivalent between both groups. So in this instance, this paper nicely showed that doubling the antioxidant intake from natural food in elite athletes does not negatively affect the adaptive response, where supplements have shown to negatively affect the adaptive response. So again, we would promote a real food first approach, especially around altitude and reactive oxygen species. I'll touch a little bit here on energy availability and altitude. First of all, there are a few studies showing even at moderate altitudes, you can get an increase in basal metabolic rate at altitude compared to control. In this study over 4 weeks at 2,000 meters of altitude, although the number of subjects is quite small, Woods et al. Showed a 19% increase in resting metabolic rate after 4 weeks exposure to altitude. So that is a significant influence on energy availability, although I might argue that the amount of calories, about 280 calories, causing the 19% increase is about as much as a yogurt in a banana. And so it's a very a small effect and something that needs to be measured and looked at more at moderate altitudes, so whether this is a true and real effect. I've looked at all of our data over many, many camps. So this is 114 different unique athlete observations over all of our training camps at altitude. And I plotted % body mass change with % hemoglobin change. Now, body mass is a very poor indicator of energy availability unless it's very extreme. And basically what you can see here is no relationship between changes in body mass while at the altitude camp over 3 weeks versus changes in hemoglobin mass. We then highlighted which athletes got ill and sick throughout these camps. And again, there was no real relationship between body mass. There was a relationship in that the athletes that got ill had a lower change in hemoglobin mass, or almost no change, or a negative change in hemoglobin mass.
think that we have lost. Hello, you there? Sure. ¿Podemos recuperarle?
Hola, ¿estáis ahí?
Yo sí, pero yo creo que Trent
Ha habido algún problema, creo. Trent, ¿me oyes? Víctor, ¿me oyes? ¿Me escucháis?
Sí, yo sí.
Vale, no te escucho a ti, Sergio.
Sí,
A ver, perdona.
Hola.
Hola, sí, perdona. Ha habido algún problema con Trent, se acaba de caer. He metido el cartel, lo volvemos enseguida. A ver si lo recuperamos.
Great, thank you very much. I apologize for that technical difficulty. I will carry on with the end of my presentation. Thank you for your patience. Anyways, Dr. Haikura, and we collaborated with lots of folks from around the world, conducted a study up at altitude in 2016, where we looked at energy availability, and we had females that were either amenorrheic or eumenorrheic, as well as males with either low or normal testosterone. Indeed, there was significant differences in bone mineral density, in that the eumenorrheic had higher bone mineral density, no differences between males. And interestingly enough, again, this is around relative energy deficiency in sport, is the athletes without a menstrual cycle and with low testosterone had significantly more injuries. So red is 2 or more career injuries, while black is just 1 career injury. And interestingly, though, at altitude, the amount of hemoglobin mass changes were the same, whether or not an athlete was in relative energy deficiency or not. We did find that amenorrheic and low testosterone athletes had 4.5 times higher career incidence of stress fractures, though. So again, this study was done at altitude. The blood responses appeared the same at altitude over the 3 weeks, but obviously low energy availability can have a profound effect on bone health and injury rates. Now, one last thing to highlight about this study at altitude. When we looked at the incoming baseline hemoglobin mass when athletes arrived at altitude, what was really interesting is the amenorrheic females, so the females without the menstrual cycle, had 8% lower hemoglobin mass compared to eumenorrheic females. This is a large effect. And in fact, in this study, we only, from pre-altitude to post-altitude, on average, see a 4 to 6% increase in hemoglobin over 3 or 4 weeks of altitude training. But this data here suggests that over the long term, REDs, or relative energy deficiencies, and poor energy availability can have a profound effect in decreasing background hemoglobin mass, and that should absolutely be addressed in all of our athletes. So a few slides in summary to finish up. I'll highlight a recent paper if you're interested in altitude training. Inigo and Avish and myself wrote a paper published last year on contemporary altitude training for elite athletes. This is the sports nutrition and altitude review that we put out last year as well. This is an open access review. Great co-authors here. I presented just the top level of the information that we've pulled together on this review. In this review, we had a summary table, and we had a summary table of the evidence across different levels of altitude for whether there's an increase in energy requirements, an increase in glycogen, whether there is an increase in oxidative stress and whether you need antioxidants, whether you need increased iron requirements or certain ergogenic aids. And what you can see here is, for sure, at extreme and high altitudes, there's an increase in energy and glycogen and oxidative stress. At the low to moderate altitudes that most athletes train at, there's a lot of question marks because the evidence, there's much less papers done at 2,000 meters, and the evidence is indeed weaker. There's some evidence to suggest that there are a slight increase in energy requirements and increased oxidative stress, and I've shown evidence to show increased iron requirements. But beyond that, whether you need extra antioxidants, probably not. You can get it from food. And today I did not have time to go into extra altitude-based ergogenic aids, but there's an entire section on that in that review. So thank you very, very much. These are all the funders over the last 5 or 10 years, or 5 years anyways, of the research that I've done with, and all the collaborators. And I'd like to thank all the conference organizers and attendees. And I'll stop there for any questions. And again, I apologize about that technical glitch in the middle of my presentation. Thank you very much. I assume you want me to stop sharing screen and come back to the Skype. There we are.
Okay, thank you, Trent. Don't worry about the inconvenience. It's a privilege to stay with us. So we have many questions about iron, but Jesus is asking about the transferrin and what is the dosage. Could you tell us what do you think about the transferrin and the dosage?
Yeah, so I didn't touch on transferrin at all in this study, and we actually didn't measure it in our altitude study. Repeatedly, and a fair amount of studies have now shown this, when you're at altitude, there is an increased iron demand, and going all the way to 200 milligrams of elemental iron does appear well tolerated. maybe there's a little bit increased incidence in GI side effects that seem to be fine after 1 week. We have not seen post-altitude any abnormal changes in ferritin or transferrin or some of the total iron binding capacity. If you gave 200 milligrams of elemental iron at sea level over time, you would probably see some abnormal results there in your blood test. So I think, again, that hypoxic environment at altitude is unique, and in those unique situations, really having a high dose of iron seems to be well tolerated and can really maximize your red blood cell responses.
Okay. Maria is asking you that in the case of a sport woman, iron supplementation is increasing in their menstrual period? Or you say?
Yeah, great question. For sure, there is some red blood cell losses and mass losses, red blood cells lost during menstruation. The amount of that in terms of hemoglobin mass, if a female has, 600 grams of hemoglobin mass that we've measured, perhaps 20 to 40 grams can be lost in a menstrual cycle. I do not think we need different iron supplement recommendations during the menstrual cycle. And I say that because red blood cells have a life of about 100 to 120 days, so much longer than 1 month or multiple menstrual cycles. And I would rather see iron being introduced into the diet and or supplement throughout the entire month to achieve healthy iron stores than just during the 5 days or so of menses.
Okay. Danny Guevara is asking that can iron intake be considered a factor that condition the VO2 max or don't affect?
Indirectly, yes, but on its own, no. So for example, if you maximize hemoglobin responses at altitude by taking in iron, that hemoglobin is directly correlated to VO2 max.
Okay.
Or conversely, if you're iron deficient anemic, or you have outright anemia, low red blood cells, for sure, both of those conditions will also impact negatively on VO2 max. But iron or ferritin on its own in the healthy range at sea level won't really impact VO2 max directly unless there's an underlying health condition of anemia.
Okay, thank you. Mauricio is saying, good afternoon, thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Is the behavior of the iron as a supplement the same in endurance sport or strength training, like for example, weightlifting?
So probably the greater performance impacts of optimal iron are seen in endurance athletes, primarily due to the fact that iron and heme is associated with red blood cell health. And red blood cells are so intimately linked with endurance sport performance. That's not to say you want anemic speed athletes or power athletes, but the impact on performance is perhaps a little bit less. Ultimately, I think periodic blood tests to just check iron status are absolutely required in our athletes and all athletes. Generally speaking, a male athlete who has a lot of iron intake in their diet, who has no history of anemia, maybe it's 1 blood test a year. On the other end, maybe you have a female athlete who has been anemic many times, who doesn't take in much iron in their diet. Maybe for them it's 3 or 4 blood tests in a year to just be on top of tracking that iron.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Larissa Carmona. Sorry, because sometimes I have to translate from Spanish to English. She said that is iron supplementation needed even if you don't train at altitude, like 200,000 meters, or even you are lower or even training low?
In some instances, it is needed. I say this as a little joke, but if a female endurance athlete, if they present to me, they're anemic unless we've measured them otherwise, because there are high rates of poor iron and anemia, especially in female endurance athletes. Sometimes 30 to 60% of them. And so those athletes sometimes do need more iron in their diet, or they can't achieve everything through food. And so perhaps an iron supplement for them at critical stages of their career or throughout a lot of their career is required to keep that ferritin up into healthy ranges.
Okay. Luis Fernando is asking that will muscle tissue be affected in altitude strength training with the goal of muscle hypertrophy, or would there be an adaptation time or stability?
Great question. And the answer to that is, again, at those studies at 4,000 meters and above, for sure, protein synthesis is lower, muscle glycogen resynthesis is lower. Because resting metabolic rate is higher, you do get muscle hypertrophy at those really high mountaineering levels, so 4,000 meters and above. We have no idea at 2,000 meters. No one has run protein tracers, or there's very few biopsy studies or even phenotypic studies to look at whether or not there is any muscle wasting at those moderate and lower altitudes that athletes usually train at. I will say this. I have over the years seen repeatedly that muscle soreness seems to be increased at altitude from strength training compared to sea level. And again, I don't know if that's just the whole package of stress and everything else, or maybe not eating enough, but you do have to be a little more careful with your strength and conditioning at altitude and start a little slower than you might at sea level. I can't reference a paper on that. That's just been to many altitude camps over the years.
Okay. So two more questions, if you don't mind, Trent?
No problem.
Okay. Jorge Morales is asking that if an athlete is born and bred at the 2,500 meters, should the altitude training approach should be higher? That comes in my mind when thinking of the Colombian cycling, for example, cyclists.
That is another outstanding question, and there is some research being done looking at native Highlanders, or those born and bred at altitude, and how they respond to the altitude, and even structures of their lungs and different outcomes that come from being born and bred at altitude. There does seem to be a distinct advantage for those athletes, especially when competitions like in the Tour de France go up over 2,000 meters. How you handle those athletes that are born and bred at altitude is completely not studied whatsoever. However, over the years, we have indeed used higher altitudes with some of those athletes that have spent many years at altitude. And we have found that they can handle harder and longer altitude sessions. But again, we're looking for recovery, and we're looking to balance that stress recovery profile. Because, even a Colombian, if you had them train at 5,000 meters, is probably going to get overtrained at some point. But you can absolutely push those athletes a little bit higher at the higher altitudes, and they seem to recover better. I won't go into all the science of native Highlanders, because the adaptive the evolution of adaptation for South American versus the Himalayans is very different as well. There's a whole host of research on that you can look at.
Okay, last question. Anay Rico is asking you if, thank you for your lecture, Trent. Everybody say this. I heard in a previous talk today in recommending nitrates for altitude training. But I heard you on Fuel the Pedal podcast saying that this will be counterproductive, saying altitude. We are actually trying to reduce oxygen availability to improve training adaptation. Is that right?
Yeah, so in that altitude review I've referenced at the end, that's open access, we have a large section there on nitrates at altitude, and there is some data and some research on nitrates at altitude. I just don't think we know enough chronically at altitude to advise or not advise using high dose nitrates over time. As a one-off now and again before a key workout, maybe, but we have to remember that at altitude, and for some athletes, nitrates increases oxygen delivery. The whole purpose of going to altitude is we want to actually decrease oxygen delivery to create a new stimulus. And so by circumventing that, or by taking a supplement, if you used it every single day and your oxygen delivery actually wasn't as low, hypothetically, I could see how that might not result in as best of an EPO release and perhaps as much hemoglobin. This is all just a theory, but given the research that has come out around high dose antioxidants and endurance training adaptation, I would just be careful of using nitrates day in and day out while at altitude in athletes until that study's been done. And that would be a really neat, elegant study, as two groups, and put one group on high dose nitrates and the other group not, and have them up there for 3 weeks and see what happens. That would be a great study to do still. So thanks for those great questions, everyone. And again, apologies for the glitch. That's 2020 and internet for us. So there you go.
Okay. Well, Trent, very, very interesting topic, which is improving day by day, thanks people like you. So thank you very much for your time, Trent, and for accepting the invitation, for your commitment to us all the time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you for the great questions, everyone, and have a nice evening now in Spain and elsewhere.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, we're going to take a 10 minutes break because we have to change the channels again from Spanish to English and English to Spanish, and we will be back, okay? Thank you. Hola, Héctor.
everyone. I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. We're now going to go back into Spanish to English. As you know, you can ask your questions through the chat. And we're going to try to answer as many of them as we can. So today in sports nutrition, we wanted to have a talk on sports injuries. And we have a specialist with a lot of experience in this area, which is Dr. Hector Martinez. He's a doctor specialist in sports medicine. He has specialities in Madrid, in the United States. He has a certificate from American College. And he's researched in various areas of medicine applied to sport in the Mexico Real Madrid School. And with the CONADE 2016-2019, he's a member of the National Commission for Anti-Doping Agency. Now, we know Hector above all because he's a teacher in the University of Valle de Mexico, Real Madrid. And this has always been a guarantee of experience and knowledge. So thank you very much, Hector, for coming to speak with us. So whenever you're ready, we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much, Sergio. Thank you very much, Victor. It's a great pleasure to accept the invitation so that I can collaborate with you internationally. Now that we have the technological tools that allow this, how to do this. Now, for me, it's been a great pleasure. Now, it's very nice to be able to share my experience with you about high-performance athletics. This is what I've been working on for a number of years. I was fortunate enough to be in Spain for a while during my postgraduate, and it's a great pleasure for me. So, I'd like to begin. So, I'd like to start by talking about what a sports injury is. Everyone's read about different definitions of sports injuries. And it's basically a tissue injury, an alteration in various tissues of the body, which are intimately related with sporting activities. However, I like this definition, which I can see here, which was published in 2013 because of someone who was following these sports injuries in the International Olympic Committee, and he defines it as any musculoskeletal problem as a result of training or competition, whether or not it's been treated or assessed. That is the definition which I'm going to use for sports injuries. Now, on the bottom right, you can see how the injuries here are related to sporting activities. In this case, now, historically, there's a 10 to 15% of competitive events around the world. 10% of them end up in sporting injuries. So 10 to 15% of those who take part, 10 to 15% of them end up having a sports injury. This is something that's been studied for a number of years. And it's something that we've often seen in all different sporting disciplines. What's also very important is the classification of sporting injuries. They can either be traumatic or for overuse. These are the two main areas. But there are other classifications which are directly related to, for example, the likelihood of death And there are certain sports injuries which are, unfortunately, this is most of them, are the non-fatal ones. And they can be classified in various different ways. One thing that's important is that between 2004 and 2008, there are various international bodies that agreed on standardizing and homogenizing the various different terms used relating to sports injury around the world. And this has meant that epidemiology of sports injuries around the world could become more unified. There's been a sub-classification which has helped everyone to correctly record injuries, and so that we could all understand each other very well. So sports injuries generally are classified according to time, severity, by the segment of the body and by the tissues. What they often talk about is the traumatic origin and the origin from overuse. So what's the consequence of sports injuries? Well, we have three main consequences. The first and the most important thing is that the sports performance reduces, and therefore success is reduced, and then they earn the athlete earns less money. And of course, that's a loss of money. And it can also make an institution, make it more difficult for a person to retain an athlete. And so there's a cost in terms of time and an investment in effort. So the performance, economic performance also falls. Here we see the whole multidisciplinary team participates in organizing the plan, the training plan. This is something we always have to do, as organized and as systematically as possible. We've seen in various studies that this plan that we devise sometimes can fail in certain stages of training, especially towards the competition phase. That's a very fragile phase when there are various different risk factors, and that can increase the risk of sporting injuries during the competition phase, and that can undermine the training plan that is often devised. I'm going to talk about some studies that were done internationally. One that was done in Mexico, and here we're going to see the current situation in terms of sports injuries. As I said before, between 2004 and 2008, there was a number of invitations to the International Committee, the International Football Association, and other federations to standardize the terms used and the methodologies used to ensure a better record of sporting injuries around the world, because up to then, every country and every school had a different way of recording injuries and different ways of naming the conditions, and of course sporting injuries might be the same, but with different naming. This meant that statistics in something as important as epidemiology were very, very difficult. It was hard to make recommendations, because there's a lot of scientific evidence in this area, such as clinical trials, randomized, double-blind, triple-blind clinical trials. Now they tend to fail because the methodological side of epidemiology was not well done. Now, all of these efforts of these collaborating institutions internationally were successful in 2008, and then in 2012, 2014, and finally it was completed in 2018. As you can see in the slide here on the left, you see a summary of the first two most important studies in terms of sports injuries around the world. This was in the Olympic Games of Beijing in 2008, and then later the 2012 Olympic Games in London. And in green and red and white, you can see the various different characteristics of sports injuries. And it ends in the Barranquilla study, where you can see the sporting, the Central American Games and the Pan American Games. There you can see on the left in blue, between Beijing and London 2012, there's a high percentage of sports injuries which are directly related to contact, but above all to overuse. They tend to be related to the overuse of certain tissues. And the most injured tissues are muscle tissues in the thigh. A lot of epidemiological studies that have shown this in the most affected disciplines have always been football, taekwondo, and group sports above all. Because other sports, which group sports tend to have a very great number of matches around the same time, so that increases the number of players playing and increases the probability of injuries occurring. So these are important factors that we see in these studies. In 2006, we saw 1,101 lesions in 11,274 athletes. So you can see it's about 10-15% of injuries. And there's a series of sports that tend to generate more sports injuries than others. So we're going to see this in the next slides. You'll see how athletics is one of the sports which generates the greatest number of sports injuries compared to others.
So the most frequent injuries sorted by location, well, first off, located in the lower limbs. Football and athletics are the sports where these injuries most often occurs. As you can see, their figures are circled in red on screen. As you can see in athletics, out of 39 injuries, 38 occurred in the lower extremities. In football, out of 9 injuries, 8 occurred in the lower limbs. Other limbs that are directly related to overuse are tendon injuries, athletics, gymnastics, and judo. In this case, are the sports where these injuries occur most often, circled in red on screen. Out of 54 injuries in athletics, 47 were tendon injuries. Out of 12 injuries in gymnastics, 9 tendons. Out of 15 in judo, 13 tendons. Unlike athletics. However, gymnastics and judo have injuries in the upper limbs and the upper extremities. In particular, gymnastics overall represents 7.7% of the total injuries, with a number of recent injuries occurring also in the upper extremities. All of this, of course, is closely related to the athletic performance that is conducted during the sporting activities. And then we also have fractures. Fractures, of course, are more serious injuries. Athletes need to recover for longer, which means that they're going to miss out on more training sessions, more competitions, and data relating to fractures are accurately measured globally, precisely because they're serious injuries. And in this graph, you can see that sports such as aquatics, boxing and handball, as well as hockey, have high percentages of fractures. We also have cycling and motocross with figures of up to 7%, for example, in handball. Regarding stress fractures, which are different to common fractures, because stress fractures occur basically when the upper layer of the bone becomes worn out due to overuse of the area. Stress fractures occur in sports increasingly often nowadays. Well, they vastly depend on a number of factors, including surface of training, the athletic performance, the athletic gesture that is performed in a given sport. For example, in athletics, stress injuries mostly happen in the lower limbs around the area of the shin. Boxers, on the other hand, tend to overuse their knuckles, which means that, of course, they most often experience stress fractures in the upper extremities. This is a breakdown of the stress fractures we had in Rio, high numbers in athletics, lower extremities, and volleyball places second in the special table, in the special ranking, with 4 out of 4 stress fractures occurring in the lower extremities. So, in order for us to be able to accurately measure sports management on an international level, we need the appropriate nomenclature and methodology. That's obvious. But another thing that's very important in order for us to accurately measure the epidemiology of sports injuries with a view to preventing sports injuries from occurring. The second pillar, as I was saying, is diagnostics. Diagnostics are fundamental. If we don't correctly diagnose an athlete with an injury, as a direct result, we won't be allowed to develop the proper strategy to prevent those injuries. As a direct consequence of that, an Australian physician, Carol Fink, actually develops injury prevention models, and she bases those models on the injuries that have been found in athletes, the injuries that athletes have been diagnosed with. At the end of a season, If the model was applied and the number of injuries decreased, it means that a model was successful, of course. Carol thinks model obviously needs physicians to correctly diagnose their athletes. If they don't do that, no model can accurately prevent injuries from occurring. So MRI is one of the most useful tools that physicians can use to correctly diagnose an athlete with an injury or a group of athletes. MRI. On top of that, I'd like to say that athleticism alongside football has the highest numbers of injuries, musculoskeletal injuries, injuries of the spine as well, tendon injuries. All of these injuries are typical in this discipline. About 14% of these athletes experience chronic lower back pain in athletics, so they require a special kind of attention. Regarding football or soccer, if you will, and I'm sure that about 94% of our current viewers enjoy football, international and national football leagues. We have found that injuries, of course, are more common in competition games, in matches, than they are in training, due to the speed at which athletes, players often, happen to hit each other during a game, during a match. They have less control over the athletic gesture due to the fact that they're performing it at a high speed, and that results in a higher injury rate. There are other factors as well that come into play when it comes to injury rates, ethnic factors, age as well, and so on and so forth. So some groups seem to be more likely to experience injuries than others. Injuries are far more common, for example, in the top leagues nationally, because they train and play more intensely. And as a matter of fact, the intensity of training is directly correlated to the risk of injury. The more intensely you train, the more likely you are to experience injuries, either in training or during matches. Muscular injuries are the most frequent in football, and they're followed by joint injuries, and finally sprains. The quadriceps and the ankle are often injured, followed by the knee. Reoccurrence is at about 20% in these injuries. In football, injuries are also often treated quite rapidly, which means that reoccurrence is higher often than in other sports. This is a risk factor, a high risk factor, as a matter of fact. If you get over 10% reoccurrence, it means that your injury prevention model is faulty, clearly. And this is what regularly happens in football. Another discipline, another sport that is often looked at with regards to injuries is boxing. Boxing is a very successful sport, both in the Olympic Games and at a professional level in the Americas and also in Asia. As you know, injuries in boxing often occur, in the head area, in the face, as we will see in the next slide. Then we have hands, shoulders. This is where most traumatic and overuse injuries occur, in these three areas. And then gymnastics.
a sus gimnasios y obviamente la cantidad de adeptos también
and gym training.
el riesgo de lesiones deportivas.
Gym training has become very, very popular, and as a result, precisely because more and more people, as of late, have started practicing this discipline, the occurrence of injuries has also gone up over the past few years. 36% for sprains and strains, and 10% in fractures. But gym injuries are very, very irregular. They can happen pretty much anywhere. And there are several different kinds of injuries that can often occur in at the gym. As I was saying earlier, common injuries are sprains and strains, fractures, even concussions, 8%. Whereas for professional athletes, concussions occur at a rate below 1%. Regarding body locations of injury, we have 42% at the upper extremity, 34% lower extremity. And in this case also, injuries occur more often in competition than they do in training. As I was saying earlier, 75% of the overall injuries occur between the upper extremities and the lower extremities, but we also have about an 8% occurring in the torso. And to conclude, I'd like to show you an injury prevention model that we use in Mexico, which is directly related, of course, to our diagnoses. This is a model we've been using since, well, actually that we used from 2010 to 2015. In 5 years, we were able to appreciate that overuse injuries increased by 82% in professional sports, and traumatic injuries increased by 14% in professional sports, which meant to us that athletes in professional sports were subjected to a higher degree of stress. But generally speaking, throughout the numerous epidemiological studies we conducted between 2010 and 2015, we were also able to appreciate that we registered a lot more injuries in Mexico than other countries did in the rest of the world. For example, in 2018, in Guadalajara, 24% of our national selection of national team got injured. In Toronto and in Rio de Janeiro, we registered 43.6% of injured athletes, which meant that we would get at that time about 4 or 5 times as many injured athletes as other national teams. So we cooperated with other departments. We tried applying a model that we knew to be successful, that had been applied in Australia and in England, in the UK. So we basically used Carol Fink's model. Carol Fink's model is based on, relies heavily on the diagnoses of team physicians. We found out by applying that model that the most common injury for our athletes was tendinopathies, and as a result, after applying this model in 2018, we were able to reduce our injury rate, well, the injury rate in our national team to 16%. The top injury was contusion in this case, followed by sprain in the lower extremities, and after those two, tendinopathy. So a successful model, a model we applied successfully. This is the frequency table that we used to compare and contrast the years of activity of our athletes with their injuries. Athletes who had been competing for between 7 to 10 years had the most injuries. So those athletes who had been competing for 7 to 10 years, though they were able to adapt physically and psychologically, registered the most injuries. After the 10 years, the injury rate goes down dramatically, perhaps precisely because athletes are able to adapt to the requirements of their discipline. A number of studies that were published not too long ago talk about prevention models. Successful methods to prevent injury consist in improving flexibility, improving strength, and that's something that we've been able to appreciate regularly at the School of Sports Medicine, at the School of Science Applied to Sports. We always knew that flexibility was a very important factor with regards to injury prevention, but thanks to new scientific evidence that's come forth, we have been able to rely on statistical data. We have been able to appreciate that if within a group of athletes flexibility and strength improve, injuries are more successfully prevented. So thanks to this systematic review, we've been able to realize that this is very, very important. Now, recent studies have also shown, however, that it is slightly more beneficial to privilege strength over flexibility. Most recent studies, I repeat that, have shown that it is better to train strength than it is to train flexibility or proprioception if we want to prevent injury. Those are very recent studies. In these studies that you see on screen, we compared strength training to proprioceptive training, and it turned out that strength training leads to a reduction in the injury rate as opposed, of course, to proprioception training. And when it comes to the comparison between flexibility, proprioception, and strength, there is another study that, well, compared the three in order to determine which skill, which type of training most successfully contributes to preventing injury. The study was published by the British Journal of Sports Medicine. The study actually consists of a series of systematic reviews, and it has established ACL injuries can be more successfully prevented by strengthening the area. So, precisely because as of late, more studies have been published which compared different types of injury prevention models. I'd like to talk to you about lower back pain now, because we said it is so prevalent in athletes in this day and age. We saw earlier that about 20 to 60% of athletes will experience lower back pain at some point throughout their career, which in turn leads to increased stress on the spine. And studies have found that strengthening the area can lead to a 15 to a 20% reduction in reoccurrence. On the right hand side of the screen, you can see the title of the study. And the study, once again, has shown that through this educational program and strength training, injuries have successfully been prevented. So once again, to conclude, there are several factors that come into play when it comes to preventing injury, and more importantly, there are several risk factors which are associated to sports injuries. There are psychological factors as well as others. There's age, it's also an important factor, gender as well, the type of athletic gesture that is performed. The International Olympic Committee has issued recommendations with a view to preventing injury, and it has shown that the increased injury rate has more to do with training than it does with competition in this day and age, because athletes are allowed shorter and shorter adaptation periods between training and a competition, which leads to increased injury rates across the world.
Now here we can see there's psychological factors and physical clinical factors as well. A bit behind schedule, but so modifiable and modifiable risk factors. Now there are risk factors that we can modify, and there are risk factors that can't be modified. For example, the type of sport can be modified, the type of genes can't be modified, and we can see this in the national teams. After the national teams, they about 20-30 athletes from each area which are chosen, and they all, and in the training phase they get to a point where some of them are likely to get injured even with the same amount of training as others. And there's a genetic factor here which affects the adaptation to training. So the question is, how much is a lot? These are studies that talk about these when they saying how the recovery doesn't improve, and on the right hand side of the slide you can see how the training burden and the recovery tends to reduce the ability to adapt, and the amount of sports injury risk tends to increase. In this slide, we show how our body should be from homeostasis to death, and the different phases that we go through. And when there's poor recovery, we can even get a syndrome of overtraining, and you can even have a loss of life, because when there's a certain level of fatigue, there's no significant compensation and recovery, then capacities, even psychological capacities, can fail. This is a very important slide because it this is what they looked at in London to reduce the number of injuries and to increase sporting success in their athletes. This was in a presentation we had with a member of the Olympic Committee, the Professor Alonso. He talked about this and said it was essential that we all understand this, so that it's not just sporting injuries, but also sporting performance changes. If we can reduce sports injuries, then we can increase the sporting performance and therefore the sporting success. It depends on a lot of factors, but it depends on a lot of people as well. And these people need to have the ability, certain abilities to be able to manage these injuries. Well, I'm going to finish my presentation just by saying that there's a lot of scientific advances, and so the paradigms are shifting. High performance with athletes obviously need to be treated this way. They need to be able to have the right skills to be able to generate these changes, to be able to adapt to these scientific evidence. And now we work with an elevation and compression system for a prognosis of sports injuries, but we know that the model needs to change for the prognosis of we need to be able to use ice and reduce anti-inflammatories. This is something that has been proposed since last year, and it's derived from a number of randomized studies from clinical trials, which is giving us better and better scientific evidence. Now, how should we understand rehabilitation from sports injuries? Well, there's a neuromuscular aspect, there's a neuromotor aspect, there's strength, and there's muscle, there's proprioception.
No deben dejarse a un lado para poder justamente valorar y rehabilitar lesiones deportivas. Bueno, creo que clases y conferencias en tiempos de COVID-19 es todo un reto.
Now, it's challenged to do this in COVID-19, to speak into a camera. It's a little bit difficult, but there are people there who can listen and who can make changes, and above all, who can change their practice to try and improve sporting performance, because this is very important. Here's my Instagram. It's been a great pleasure speaking to you. And I think now we have the Q&A session. Thank you, Hector. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you very much. There's not much time for questions. I'll just put a couple of questions to you. I'm going to try to summarize them as well by choosing various questions that are around the same sorts of issues. A lot of attendants, such as Denny Guevara and Maria Fernanda, Coachura Martinez, they ask, do you think that sports injuries can be prevented, or can you just reduce the risk of suffering sports injuries? And above all, if you can focus it from childhood with a view to avoiding future risks, and what would be a good program for preventing sports injuries in the future? Well, I think I explained in the slides what kind of model we can have for preventing sports injuries. When it's successful, when, you know, one season you have 15 sprains, and then another time you have 25. Now, I do think that with looking at certain risk factors, once you've established what the risks are, you can reduce the number of sports injuries. It's been scientifically demonstrated, and it's not just me who said it, but it's been shown in other different types of active prevention. In fact, we can see there are some cases where we can reduce the number of slides by reducing the risk factors. Can they be reduced from childhood? Well, I said this in one of the slides, that there are studies recently that focus on education, and that is related to prevention. Now, if we do prevention, and we can show, for example, that strength is better at preventing injuries than proprioception and flexibility, well, that's something. And this has generated a lot of changes and led to a large reduction in sports injuries around the planet, not just in football and athletics, but in various sports. Very good. Last question. Again, combining the questions of a number of questions as Leida and Dani Guevara. They're asking, what do you think is the best approach for adenopathies, chronic adenopathies? And what has been the main factor in between one event and another in Mexico? Yes, I think that's very important. We've seen that tendinopathies have two origins. One of them is biomechanical, because of an asymmetry in the body. And the second cause is mechanical, so the amount of impact that you have on the tendons through training. In Mexico, the tendinopathy is one of the most, is very much connected to the degeneration of tissue related to lipid action. So the amount of fats that you have in certain types of cholesterols is related to tissue degeneration. And Mexico, this is a major problem in the country as a whole. The lipid management. It's now known that these two factors are closely related. So if you have three factors, the first one being alterations in the ligaments, and the second one is too much of an impact, and thirdly, your genetic burden can be a factor because of the lipids in the blood. If you've got these three factors, then there's something that you need to manage. But these three factors are manageable. They might not be correctable, such as biomechanics, but symmetry can compensate this. Now, of course, the genetic predisposition can create a great number of lipids in the blood, and that's something that can be managed as well. So I think these are factors that have to be taken into account for tendinopathies. Look, thank you very much, Hector. It's a shame we don't have more time, because there are 5 or 6 more questions. But we've gone over time, and so we can't ask you any more questions. Well, here's my email. There's my Instagram. It's academico. Sorry, it's academic, so that you can contact me. Okay. Well, I see that you're putting. Yes, it's very good that you're putting all of this information so we can contact you. So that's yes. Well, thank you very much. Well, look, have a good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much. So if it's okay, we're now going to go to the last speaker. And in 15 seconds, we'll try to be back. Hello, here we are again with the last speech today. It's nearly nighttime here. I have the great pleasure to be able to introduce my friend, Dr. Noelia Bonfanti, who's a teacher on the Masters and also the director of the Sports Nutrition Expert Program at the Real Madrid University School. She also has her own clinic. She works with a lot of elite athletes, and she's currently the performance nutritionist in the Red Bull Sports Center. So it's great to be able to finish this workshop, today's workshop on sports nutrition. So Noelia, welcome. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation. And you have, I'll give you all the time you need for your presentation. Thank you very much, Sergio. Yes, thanks, and welcome to everyone, and thanks for connecting now, especially those on this side of the world. We're running out of time, and they said, is it a good idea to put an Argentinian at the end? So I don't know. If I go on too long, it's not my fault, it's my genes' fault, because I'm Argentinian. But I'm going to try and make it as brief as possible. But I do also want to go in depth into this issue, which I think is very important for all of us, and which is also related to what we heard before, because they talked about periodization in nutrition. And in this periodization of nutrition, perhaps we need to reduce the availability of carbohydrates. Now I'm going to go a bit deeper, and I want to talk about the different ways that are available for reducing the availability of carbohydrates and training without carbohydrates being available. Because in sports, it's generally thought that you always have to replace the carbohydrates constantly in order to have a full performance. Now, I wanted to add something to the title, other than training with low amounts of carbohydrates. The questions when, why, and who, because there are some people who aren't high performance athletes, but often read recommendations. I see a lot of recommendations anyway, where you see information, strategies, and these all need to be looked at. Now, there's an epidemic of obesity and overweight. We have a world pandemic of obesity and overweight. And this reduction of carbohydrates is recommended to the general population is often adopted by high-level athletes. So I often see the highest, most elite athletes in the world, whom I'm fortunate enough to work with, they're asking if they really do need to eat so many carbohydrates. So what we're going to try and define now is what these strategies are, when they need to be applied, why we apply them, and whom should they be applied to. Now, this person here really represents sports nutrition to me and sports performance. And so the question is, what is the nutritional habits that maximize performance? This is a question that we often don't ask, or we forget to ask. Or perhaps when we do ask it, we find contrasting answers. If you go on social media, and not just social media, even just journals, scientific journals, you often see two contradictory opinions on things, especially in sporting nutrition and exercise nutrition. You'll find all sorts of things. On the one hand, there are people who defend high carbohydrate diets, including this says how to get lean eating a delicious high carb diet. So some people even saying that we can lose weight by eating a lot of carbohydrates. And some people really want to defend carbohydrates. And then on the other hand, you get the complete opposite. how to live low carb, as if it were a religion. It's something you have to do in order to be healthy. So we're going to reduce carbohydrates from our diet entirely because we can live just on fats. So this is the keto diet. And this low-carb living is often adopted by athletes. They're not just maybe vegetarians or vegans because they've seen Game Changer, the documentary, or they read scientific studies, and it seems that they feel they can also read other things that allow them to perform better without carbohydrates. So what I want to answer then is, what is the truth here? For whom is it good to reduce the amount of carbohydrates, or if we don't need to at all? So let's go back to the original question. What nutritional practices maximize sporting performance? And I think to answer that question, the first thing we need to do is to separate two different issues. If we're going to ask what nutritional practice is going to maximize training, perhaps we need to look in one direction or look at certain strategies. If we're going to talk about what we want to do in competitions, that might be something different. So if you look at competition sports and try to define what nutrition will maximize sporting performance in competitions, well, it has its own definition. This is what I try to do when I plan someone's nutrition when they're about to compete. What are we trying to do? What kind of energy needs are there? What nutrients are required? Because I want them to be at their top performance. There might be a race, it might be a competition. And of course, when they finish, they need to recover. I want to avoid injuries. And asking Hector if it's possible to prevent injuries. That someone was asked that question. I think in nutrition, we can do a lot to reduce injuries. We need to reduce acute fatigue and chronic fatigue. No, we always look for the highest sporting performance in competitions. I think the aim is always to win, isn't it? Now, there are friendly matches that are just part of general training. Okay, that's true. Well, that's training then, isn't it? But I think the aim of competing is to win. Or at least when I was a swimmer, I wanted to beat my own records. So, and when you're competing, you want to do your best for whatever reason. Now, if you look at trainings and what nutrition strategy is best for training, things change a little bit. Or at least I think they do. Because here we also have to cover the nutritional and energy needs, but in order to meet the training objectives. Obviously, we need to prevent injuries or recover from injuries if the athlete is already injured. And we don't want to produce fatigue, especially chronic fatigue. But this idea of training objective is really key to understanding this whole process. Because the training objectives aren't necessarily maximum performance. Now, from a technical point of view, then skills and cognitive performance are very important. But you might also be training because you want to lose fat or want to lose weight. This can happen with an elite athlete, or this is something that we see a lot during the pandemic. A lot of athletes didn't have any kind of competition, and so they focused a lot on the body shape, and so often the objective was to lose body fat, or we wanted to increase muscle mass. So we may have had different training objectives. Or maybe we want to increase our aerobic or anaerobic capacities, improve certain techniques. There are a lot of possible training objectives. So, what I'm planning from a nutritional point of view has to be accompanied with this objective. It has to be adapted to this objective. So maybe if we look at these two, if the objective is to lose body fat, well, there are certain strategies in which we might want to reduce the energy supply from carbohydrates. Now, if what I'm looking for is to avoid muscular hypertrophy, then a low-carb diet makes no sense at all. But if I want to have maximum performance, then you have to have carbohydrates, because maximum performance, when carbohydrates are part of this, obviously performance is significantly increased when there are carbohydrates available. And that's something we might want to leave for competitions. Now, for trainings, where we are aiming for this objective, to lose body fat or to improve aerobic capacity. So, this is what they call low carbs. And this can allow us to change the amount of carbohydrates we consume according to those strategies. The first thing we have to know is this reduction in carbohydrates can be done either before, during, and afterwards, or even continuously. No, I'm not going to do it before a training, or it might be not having carbohydrates when they say that I should. So remember this graph, because I think this is really key. The word that we see below, which is training, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about in one or any of the training stages of training. So here are the various different strategies in various different groups. So what I want to do today, in the time that we have, is to talk at least about the most important things of each one of them. What I also want to be very clear about in all these strategies is that the general objective, in a way that's easy to understand and very practical, is to somehow oblige the body to use fats by not giving them carbohydrates. And so it's quite simple to understand. If I don't give the carbohydrates to the body, which is the easiest way to produce energy, then I'm going to oblige my body, oblige my muscle tissues to use fats instead in order to get the energy that they need. So in the end, I can facilitate the oxidation of fats. And if I do it with the right periodicity, then I can reduce the dependence on glucogen during exercise. And so you can have the two different sources of energy. So you can use carbohydrates on one hand, but you also train your body to be able to use fats as well.
So when we train in this way, we're trying to adapt our musculoskeletal system to this type of training. Not all training sessions can be approached in such a way. Or maybe you could do it, but you wouldn't be getting the results you're expecting. So, generally speaking, to sum up, these adaptations consist in an increased enzyme and mitochondrial activity, which in turn leads to higher fat oxidation, which in turn leads to a possible improved capacity to conduct aerobic exercises. So we can use these strategies for moderate intensity training, but if we use these strategies before we approach a high intensity training session, well, that can lead to problems. So the first step to take here is let's not paint with a broad brush. That's what I was saying at the beginning of my presentation. It's something that people tend to do quite often nowadays. And we need to be aware that it's not the same to work with super high performance athletes This is a random picture I chose to represent high performance in sports.
Después tienen las personas activas o deportistas amateurs.
And then you
Tendríamos
have
dos
amateur
categorías. Están quien
athletes and
corre
active people.
triatlones
That's a different
y el que
category.
sale a correr
Some
para
people
mantenerse
are
activo.
not
Y
professional
tenemos
athletes,
otro
and yet,
grupo
you
que
know,
es el
they
pobre
like
grupo que se la pasa mirando todas las estrategias
participating
que
in
encuentran por ahí, que
triathlons
son
and
la
so on
gente
and so forth.
sedentaria.
And we have a third
Y incluso le
category,
podríamos sumar sobrepeso y
people
obesidad que empiezan
who
a hacer
are
ejercicio.
quite
Y que
sedentary,
realmente
perhaps,
su
overweight,
principal objetivo es
obese.
buscar la
And
pérdida de
if
grasa.
they're training, that's because they
Entonces,
want
cuando pensemos en
to
reducir la
lose
disponibilidad de
fat.
hidratos de carbono, primero miremos con quién estamos trabajando.
So
Y en
before we
función a quién
choose our
estamos
strategy,
trabajando,
let's have a look
podemos
at who
empezar a
we're
ver qué
working
es lo que
with.
vamos a poner en
Depending on
práctica.
who we're working with, then we
Entonces,
can come up
empezando
with the
por la
best
primera, que es la
strategy.
dieta
Let's start
baja
by
en hidratos
talking
y rica en grasas, esta
about
tiene dos vías diferentes. Por un lado,
diets that are
tiene la
low
vía
in
que podemos
carbohydrates and
utilizar para
rich
maximizar
in
el rendimiento
fats.
deportivo, y
It
por
can be
otro lado
used to
tenemos
maximize
la típica dieta baja en hidratos
performance,
de carbono rica en grasas que se ha estudiado en sobrepeso y obesidad.
but it can also be
Entonces,
used
primer punto, una
to
dieta
lose
baja en
weight.
hidratos y rica en grasas
A
no
diet
tiene por
that's
qué ser
low
hipocalórica.
in
Yo lo que
carbohydrates
estoy
and
haciendo acá
rich in
no es
fats doesn't
reducir quizás las
necessarily
calorías
have to
respecto al
be
gasto,
low
especialmente
in
no si estoy
calories
buscando
as well,
optimizar el rendimiento deportivo. O sea, lo que
especially if
estoy
I'm
tratando de
trying
hacer es
to
un intercambio
maximize
entre el
sports
sustrato
performance.
energético que le estoy
What I'm trying
dando
to
al
do
músculo.
is swapping
Tengan
out
en cuenta
the
que
two
cuando
energy
hablamos de dieta
sources.
baja en hidratos
So I want
y rica
fats
en
to become
grasas,
the primary
casi
energy source.
automáticamente también hablamos de una dieta rica en
So
proteínas, por
if
una
our
cuestión de
diet is
proporcionalidades y también por una cuestión
rich
de que
in
es una
fats
forma de
and
siempre
low in
estar, por lo
carbohydrates,
menos tratando
it's
de mantener al
almost
máximo que no
always
haya una
also
caída de la masa
rich in
muscular.
protein. You need protein
Entonces, si
to
hablamos de este protocolo para mejorar la capacidad aeróbica y
optimize
la
muscle
oxidación de
recovery.
grasas,
So
tenemos que hablar de
if
personas
we use
activas,
this
porque lo que yo
protocol
no
as
puedo
a
es
tool
pretender
to
mejorar la
increase
capacidad
aerobic
aeróbica y la oxidación de
capacity and
grasas
fat
si no hay un entrenamiento
oxidation,
de por
that's
medio
the
que
kind of diet we
combate
have to
buscando este
use
objetivo.
for active people,
Entonces, el
people
estudio de
who
Trend
are
me
active.
sirve mucho y me gusta mucho contarlo porque no podemos contar todo lo que hay publicado por ahí, pero creo que el estudio
I can't talk about all the
que
studies
hizo
that have
Trend y
been
colaboradores en
published
2006
in this
muestra
regard,
muy
but
bien
there's
por dónde viene la mano
an
de este tipo de
interesting study
estrategias.
published by Trent
Ellos hicieron
in
este protocolo que ven en la
2006
diapositiva.
that talks
Fíjense
about
que es
this
un
strategy in
2,5
particular.
gramos por kilo de peso de hidratos,
2.5
lo que al final son
grams
casi 180 gramos de hidratos de carbono, ¿sí? Para un
of
deportista de 70 kilos,
carbohydrates
lo cual no es tan low carb como quizás
per
nos podemos
kilogram of
imaginar.
weight
Esto lo
accounts
hicieron
for
durante
18% of
5 días en
the
periodos de
total
entrenamiento y
calories.
después recuperaban los
For a
hidratos de
person who
carbono.
weighs 70
Y después
kilograms,
hicieron
that's
una prueba en
125
bicicleta. Y lo que
grams.
encontraban es que cuando los ciclistas se
And that
subían
works if your diet is
a la
low
bicicleta con
in
esta dieta
carbohydrates.
rica en
But for
grasas y bajo en
example,
hidratos, eran
if
capaces de
as a
oxidar más grasa
cyclist
y de
you
disminuir
use
la
this
oxidación de
diet,
hidratos de carbono.
you're
Por lo cual, a nivel
perfectly able to
del músculo, lo que
stop
pasaba
using carbohydrates as a primary
era una
source of
regulación
energy
positiva de las
and
enzimas que metabolizan las grasas
facilitate
y una
fat
regulación
oxidation.
negativa de las enzimas del metabolismo de los hidratos
But
de
another
carbono.
consequence was a negative regulation
Atentos a esto,
of
porque
metabolism
acá es
enzymes
donde entra otra vez
in
lo que tanto Trent como Asker dijeron acerca de la
skeletal muscles.
periodización, porque estamos diciendo que hay
Mind
una
you, though,
regulación negativa de las
we
enzimas de los
also
hidratos de
talked
carbono,
about
por lo
periodization.
cual esto nos deja ver que si pretendo
Periodization is
entrenar
key
todo
here.
el tiempo así y no
If I
periodizo
want
los entrenamientos
to
low
adopt a
carb
low
con
carb
entrenamientos de
diet
alta disponibilidad de hidratos de
and I
carbono,
expect
cuando
to
voy a
perform
competir puedo perder la capacidad
to a
de
high
oxidar hidratos de
standard
carbono,
all the
lo
time,
cual, como sabemos, no es bueno
I
para
might be
nadie
misguided.
porque sabemos que el rendimiento es
We know
mejor y máximo cuando soy capaz de utilizar los
that
hidratos de
our
carbono
performance
y
improves
cuando tengo una
when
capacidad
we
oxidativa
have
muy grande de las grasas.
a primary
Bueno,
source of
esto es
energy
el
that is
protocolo low
carbohydrates,
carb
and when at the same
low
time
fat para
my body is
deportistas.
able
Pero después
to
tenemos la dieta baja en
burn
hidratos y
fats,
rica en
so that's
grasas
fat
que
oxidation.
está estudiada
So
en
a diet
búsqueda de la
that's
pérdida de grasa corporal. Y si
low in
vamos a estos
carbs,
estudios,
and rich in
todos
fats,
estos estudios, la mayoría de ellos están hechos en
sometimes
personas
is also
sedentarias o
approached
con sobrepeso y
by
obesidad.
those
Entonces no mezclemos,
who want to lose
porque si
weight.
lo que
So
queremos es
sedentary people who are
reducir los
obese
hidratos de
or
carbono en
overweight.
un deportista porque quiero
But
que
that's
baje
not the same
grasa,
thing, I'm
quizás
afraid.
esté metiendo la
It's
pata,
one thing
¿sí?
to
Porque
reduce your
estamos
carb
tratando de
intake
aplicar una estrategia para
if
una
you're an
persona
athlete,
que
and it's a
apenas se
whole
está
other thing
empezando a mover y que tiene una
if
patología,
you've
que en
barely
alguien que
started
está
working
entrenando
out,
en el alto
if
rendimiento.
perhaps you
¿Bien?
also have an underlying condition. It's a
Para
different
entender
thing.
esto, lo mejor es que les propongo que lean el metaanálisis que tienen en la pantalla,
So I recommend you read this
publicado en 2015, muy
meta-analysis that you can
completo,
see on screen. It was published in
analizando
2015.
los
It's very, very
resultados de
thorough.
hombres con una dieta
That
típica
analyzed
baja
results that were obtained
en
with a
grasas y
typical
normal en hidratos de carbono hipocalórica con el
low-fat
protocolo Low-carb.
diets.
Fíjense la diferencia que
And
la
it's
mayoría
very
de los
interesting
protocolos que
because
redujeron los carbohidratos
the vast
siempre
majority
redujeron los carbohidratos por debajo de 120 gramos.
of
Esto quiere decir
protocols
que no
that
se parecen a los
reduced
180 o incluso más según el peso
carbs
corporal
reduced them
del deportista
below
que teníamos
the
en el
120
protocolo para
gram threshold. So a different
Y en
protocol
general,
to that we
lo
used for
que
our
midieron en este metaanálisis en unos
athletes.
casi 1.800 pacientes que participaron en dos
The
estudios, de
meta-analysis
los cuales
was carried out on a
12
sample
de
of
ellos no pudieron seguir más allá de un año,
1,797
por lo cual no
patients
sabemos qué
across
pasa después del
17
año, ni con la adherencia
different
ni con la evolución de los
studies. They were
pacientes,
followed
pero comparando
for
esta dieta baja
less
en
than a year,
carbohidratos con esta dieta
at
baja
least
en
in
grasas,
12 of them. And
comparamos los resultados que traía a nivel
the
de la
results were
composición corporal
compared.
y
The
de los
results of the
eventos
two
cardiovasculares.
diets
Y
were
tanto la dieta baja en
compared,
carbohidratos como la
and
dieta
it
baja en grasas
transpired that
encontraron
both
una reducción en el
diets
peso.
led
Ojo, que
to
hablamos del peso y no
significant
estamos hablando de la composición de ese peso, algo muy
weight
importante
loss.
que habría que también valorar. Y también encontraron una pérdida, una reducción, perdón, de los riesgos de evento
And it also
cardiovascular.
led to a
Y en cuanto
reduced
a
risk
cuánto era
of
este riesgo, incluso
cardiovascular
era un poquito mayor
disease.
o significativamente mayor, pero moderado en
As a matter of
estudios
fact,
que iban de 2 meses a 2
this
años,
risk
lo cual
reduction
los de 2
was
meses
slightly higher in
tenemos
the
que
first
mirarlos
group,
con mucho cuidado,
in the
¿sí?
low
Porque
fat
también al reducir los carbohidratos se
diet.
reduce el glucógeno
So these are
en
the
la masa
results,
muscular.
but
Sabemos
this
que
is
el
something we
glucógeno
have
se
to approach
almacena
very
con agua,
carefully
por lo
because
cual,
if
claro
you
que va a haber más
reduce your
pérdida de peso.
glucogen
No quiere
intake,
decir que lo
you
que
will
esté
obviously
perdiendo
lose
es
weight, but
grasa,
you'll be
¿sí? Y
losing
también había
muscle
una
mass as well. It doesn't necessarily mean
una
that you're
reducción
losing
del riesgo
fat.
cardiovascular
However, it did
significativamente, pero
also
moderadamente
lead to a reduced
más importante.
cardiovascular risk.
Hay limitaciones, por ejemplo, la que les estoy diciendo, en estudios de 2 meses, valorar el peso solamente no nos dice tanto. El
Now,
peso puede variar
this
por muchísimas
meta-analysis has
cosas,
some
entre el
limitations, of
glucógeno
course.
y el agua. También tendríamos que
A
valorar
patient can lose weight for a
cómo
number of
sostuvo
reasons.
la
It
masa
could be
muscular. Y
dehydration,
además
for
no
example. It
encontramos datos a nivel
could be
individual. Y sabemos
due
que
to
la
a loss
respuesta de
in
cada sujeto
muscle
siempre puede ser
mass
totalmente
as
única,
well. And
individual.
also, another factor you
Y
have
además,
to
todos
take
estos
into
estudios,
account
como pasa
is
siempre,
the response
tienen
to
una
a
metodología muy diversa,
diet
por
alteration
lo
is
cual
unique
la
for
proporción de
every
sujetos, por
individual in
ejemplo,
the
que
vast majority
abandonaban
of
la dieta, en
cases.
algunos estudios era bastante alta, sobre todo la dieta baja en carbohidratos.
We should also
Entonces
take into
ahí habría
account
que entrar a
that
medir
most,
también
well,
cuál es la
a high number
evidencia
of
de cada
subjects
persona.
also dropped out of the experiment halfway through.
Y una cosa que quiero que sumen acá es que si estamos hablando de población con sobrepeso y obesidad,
Another
cuidado
thing I'd
también
like
con
to
el plan de
stress,
ejercicio. Muchas veces desde la
when you're
nutrición
working
es visto
with
que se
people
habla
who
solo
are
de la
obese
dieta
or
y nos
overweight,
olvidamos de cómo esa
you
dieta
need
se
to be
combina con el
careful how
ejercicio
you
físico.
plan your
Entonces, acá hay que
workouts.
tener cuidado porque si estamos
You have to
reduciendo
be
los
very
hidratos de
careful
carbono,
because
tenemos que
if
ser
you're cutting
capaces de
down on
adaptar
your
esto al
carb
plan de
intake,
ejercicio
you
para que
also have
realmente
to
se
adapt
traiga
your workout
resultados.
plan
En general,
if you want
a
this
modo muy
strategy to
general,
yield
podríamos
results.
decir
So,
que
in
deberíamos
general
tratar de
terms,
estimular obviamente la oxidación de grasas y no provocar
we
el
could argue
estímulo de
that
la
the goal
oxidación de
here
hidratos de carbono,
has to
porque si
be
no,
fat
lo que estoy
oxidation.
haciendo desde el ejercicio
It's
físico
not
no está acorde con lo que yo estoy
carb
planificando
intake reduction per
desde la
se,
nutrición.
because
Bien,
that
y después
entails
tenemos estas dos, que son el training high y
challenges.
sleep low, que probablemente algunos de ustedes las conocen, que va de la mano o inicialmente
There's
empezó con
another
algo que creo que
strategy,
Asker
that's
también
the
mencionó hoy,
so-called train
el
high
hecho
and
de
sleep
entrenar 2
low,
veces
which
al
goes
día,
hand in
bajar el
hand
glucógeno, no
with
recuperar y volver a entrenar.
training twice a day
Esto de nuevo
without
no la vamos a usar en la
reintegrating carbs
búsqueda de
in
pérdida
between.
de grasa corporal. De hecho, el aporte, en algunos de los estudios, el aporte de carbohidratos entre el grupo que hace el sleep low
In some of
y el
these
grupo que no lo hace,
studies,
en el día es el mismo, solo que manipulan el momento y el tiempo en el que se dan
a
estos
control group
carbohidratos.
was used.
Y para que tengan una idea de dónde sale, sepan que este
And this
protocolo inicial
control group
no se siguió en cierta manera
reintegrated
estudiando y se
carbs
empezó
in
a
between
pensar en
training
dejar
sessions.
al
It's
deportista que se fuera a
an
dormir
original nutritional protocol
si yo entreno,
that
vacío
was
los hidratos de
initially
carbono y vuelvo a entrenar en
modeled
el mismo día,
after high-performance athletes. And when it was created, it transpired that obviously when you don't have the athlete reintegrate carbs in between training session, that well, the second training session has to be a lot less intense. If we extend the recovery period in between training sessions without integrating carbs, and on the next day we repeat, the results are a lot more encouraging. There are actually a few studies that have looked at this, because all of this that I'm telling you is based on science, obviously. This is something that my students are very familiar with. The first step here is eating carbs, not as many as Homer Simpson, perhaps, but it's important. You eat carbs and then you use them in high-intensity activities that allow you to reduce your glycogen levels. Then you go to sleep. So that's recovery, rest. So as to allow my muscles to adapt. And then the following day, another training session that's prolonged in time on an empty stomach. So you start oxidating fats, and then you have breakfast and eat carbs. By doing this, with these 5 steps, a different pathway is activated that leads to improved mitochondrial performance on the one hand, and that also leads to increased performance capacity the morning after. So this is an interesting protocol that's being looked at with a lot of attention. This training protocol starts showing benefit after about a week of being adopted. But there are always, of course, some questions to answer. What would happen, for example, if at the same time I'm fasting intermittently? Will that lead to a loss in muscle mass? Those are questions that I often get asked. That depends on the individual, of course. Sergio, don't worry, the next 2 diets are very, very short, actually, so I'll be concise, I'll be brief, don't worry. The first diet I'd like to talk to you about is the so-called keto diet. Do any of you remember what ketosis is? Because this type of diet, the keto diet, is very, very popular, but we seem to forget a very important thing here. Do we know what's happening in our bodies? Do we know what ketosis is? Because no matter how much we study physiology, the physiology of human beings won't change. What is ketosis? Ketosis is a state where the body starts using fat as a source of energy as opposed to carbohydrates. It leads to fat oxidation, it's beta oxidation, and this creates ketonic bodies, which you can see portrayed on screen. This can sometimes be dangerous, and you can smell it actually in people's breath or urine. The keto diet is a diet that's very low in carbs, very rich in fat. It's normocaloric, which means it meets the individual's caloric demands on a day-to-day basis. By doing that, we achieve a positive ketosis state in our body. But where do these ketonic bodies come out of? Well, they are produced directly in the liver by mitochondria. So the mitochondria we have in our liver produce these bodies, and these bodies are then released into the organism. Why are they formed? Because if you studied physiology, you'll know this.
que salen
these
y que salen de la
bodies
beta-oxidación y que se quieren meter al ciclo
are
de Krebs
produced through
y no se
beta
pueden meter
oxidation,
al
and
ciclo
they
de Krebs, se empiezan a
cannot
transformar en
enter
cuerpos
the Krebs
cetónicos.
cycle.
Normalmente esto
So
pasa
they become
si yo
ketonic
tengo aunque
bodies.
sea un poco de glucosa, porque la glucosa me permite formar oxalacetato. Cuando esto pasa, que la glucosa permite aunque sea
When
formar una cantidad de oxalacetato para que el ciclo de Krebs
I have a
funcione,
minimal
los
amount of
acetil-CoA de la
glucose in my body
beta-oxidación
that
se oxidan en el
allows
ciclo de Krebs. Si esto no
these
pasa, empiezo a
bodies to
acumular
be formed,
cuerpos cetónicos.
they are released
¿Y por qué se
into
hizo tan
the
famosa esta
bloodstream.
dieta? Porque
And
realmente
why
creo que
has
es de
this
las más
diet
famosas que
become
hay.
so
Yo
famous?
siempre
It's
digo que es
probably
por
the most famous
diferencia,
diet
porque
there
la
is
primera vez que yo
nowadays.
lo escuché cuando estaba estudiando
I
nutrición hace
first heard about
muchos años,
this, I would say, quite a few
lamentablemente,
years ago when I was still
la primera
a
que
student.
escuché que hacía la
I was
dieta
studying
cetogénica era
nutrition.
Jennifer
The
Aniston.
first person I
Y
heard
por
about
ejemplo,
who
perdía incluso
had
peso
adopted
con
keto diet
vinagre
was Jennifer Aniston.
de sidra de manzana. O sea, hay cosas como esta. Pero más allá
I
de que la hacen
actually
famosa los
found an
famosos
article that
y
said
los
that
deportistas,
Jennifer Aniston
lo
lost
que
weight
pasa es que
by
estos sustratos que se forman
drinking
también
or
son
eating
utilizados como fuente energética.
apple vinegar.
Entonces son capaces
But
de
why
responder
did
a
it
la
become
ketosis.
famous? It became
Y esto
famous
también pasa en el
because
ayuno. O sea, esto tiene mucho que ver con el
it
ayuno
has also been
intermitente.
adopted
Entonces, al
by
final, lo que estoy buscando con la dieta
athletes.
cetogénica es
Some
tratar de
athletes
estimular el ayuno, pero dándole una
use
fuente de
intermittent
energía
fasting
alternativa.
precisely for this reason, because
Entonces,
they're
al
trying
final, ¿por qué
to
es tan importante o
stimulate the
conocida, mejor
body
dicho, para la pérdida de peso?
to
Es porque
oxidate
logro
its
utilizar más
fats.
las grasas
So
que
it
los
leads
hidratos de
to
carbono, otra vez.
weight
Y
loss
como los
because
hidratos de carbono
you're using your fats as the
suben muy
primary
rápido
source
y de
of
forma
energy
irregular,
as
pero
opposed to
las proteínas
carbohydrates.
no, y al final se sabe que hay una relación entre la producción de cuerpos cetónicos, sobre todo cuando hay
Because we
cetoadaptación,
know
y
that
la
there is
disminución
a
del
relationship
apetito, todo
between the
esto podría
production
llevar
of
a
ketonic
que
bodies
colaboren la
and
pérdida de grasa.
appetite loss, that also
Estas son
is a
las
factor
características principales. La
in
ingesta de
weight
grasas y
loss.
proteínas en casi todos los protocolos se deja libre,
So the main
pero no se pueden
characteristic
comer
of
más de
this
50
diet
gramos por día.
is
Y en
that
deportistas
the
se ha
maximum amount
estudiado
of
mucho más. Y
carbohydrates
acá hay otra
you
vez
can
una pelea. Y
have
acá les
each day
traigo
is
varios
50 grams, and
estudios
then
que
you can
no
eat
me
as
voy a
many
parar
fats and,
porque me voy a
and
quedar
as much
sin
protein
tiempo,
as you
pero
want.
realmente quiero hacerles el pantallazo.
Now,
Y
I want to
quiero
show
que si
you
ustedes después ven esto grabado, por
this
eso lo puse, tengan
screenshot
por lo menos un resumen, porque
so
estos
you can have a
estudios que les
summary
cuento acá
of what has been found in
normalmente muestran que si ustedes leen los títulos,
science.
que en cierta manera los deportistas pueden hacer un cetoadaptación
Because
y
it is
mejorar el
true that
rendimiento
this keto
e
diet can
incluso
be
bajar de peso
used
cuando lo necesitan.
by athletes, and it can lead to improved performance and
Sin
weight
embargo,
loss.
no hablan de, por ejemplo,
However,
disponibilidad de glucosa cerebral cuando estamos hablando de un deporte
this
tan
study
técnico.
doesn't talk
En este
about
estudio, por
availability,
ejemplo,
for example, of
hablan
a brain
midieron
glucose
un test de carrera de
in
velocidad
a
de 2000
sport
metros.
like
Y con esto dicen
Taekwondo,
que
which
realmente
is so
el
cerebral.
rendimiento no se ve afectado. En taekwondo, ¿sí? Entonces a mí este tipo de cosas me generan siempre que analicemos muy bien lo
This study,
lo
once
que
again,
estamos leyendo.
was conducted on
Tenemos
Taekwondo
varios
practitioners.
estudios que muestran en cierta manera que no se ve afectado el rendimiento
And
en su
we have
forma de
studies that
analizarlo.
show that
Y
performance isn't
también
affected
tenemos estudios que
by this
muestran
diet. We
que,
have
por
studies that show
ejemplo,
that
son
it is
para mí
affected
más
by this
honestos
diet.
diciendo que no midieron
And
realmente el rendimiento, que lo que muestran es
a
que
few
hay
studies also
una
show
mayor
that
oxidación
this
de grasa,
diet
¿sí? Pero
does
esto no
lead
significa
to
que
an
se traduzca en
improved
una mejora
fat
de rendimiento. Después
oxidation
tienen todos
process,
los
but it doesn't
estudios
necessarily mean
de
that
Lewis,
that
de Louis
leads
Woods,
to improved performance.
que
Then we have
no encontraron ningún
this
efecto en
study
la dieta
by
cetogénica. Por el
Lewis
contrario,
Burke,
lo que encuentran es que el
which
rendimiento
found no
realmente
benefits
se ve
to this
deteriorado y que
diet.
no
As a
hay
matter of
razón,
fact,
sobre todo cuando se va a competir a
according to
altas
this study,
intensidades y
what
cuando se van a usar
transpired
hidratos de
was
carbono, de tratar de
that if you
utilizar la
reduce
dieta
carb
cetogénica para tal
intake,
fin, porque
so
la
if
dieta
you
cetogénica no está proponiendo una
keto
periodización, está proponiendo
diet,
cetoadaptarse y
that will
utilizar siempre las grasas y
eventually
los cuerpos
result
cetónicos y no los hidratos.
in
Con
decreased
Luis
performance
tiene
because it's
varias
not periodized.
publicaciones, les recomiendo que se lean todas si tienen tiempo, porque
Periodization, as I said
realmente
earlier,
creo
is
que es
key.
la mejor lectura que pueden
So I
encontrar al
recommend
respecto.
you
Y
read
después
this. It's it's probably the best article you could read about the subject. And then there's lots of studies out there that even highlight some negative effects of this diet, which you can currently read on screen. You can have metabolic disorders, acidosis, and so on and so forth. So a number of different studies that are hardly ever mentioned by promoters of the ketogenic diet, but that should be looked
no la
at.
consideren ni siquiera durante un periodo para por ahí una persona que quiere, que necesita bajar de peso y que
It
le
should be
podemos
looked
hacer
at, but it
un
shouldn't be
cambio
considered
metabólico. Bien,
if
esto es algo muy
someone
específico de
just wants
sobrepeso y
to
obesidad. Y
lose
después mis
weight.
preguntas, como siempre,
Can be used
porque
with the right
todo esto que
periodization
creo
in
que, y está
athletes.
bueno que siempre tengamos preguntas que responder,
And then,
y a mí esto es lo que me
as
ayuda a seguir
always,
investigando y leyendo y sabiendo
there are
más
more
de mis
questions
deportistas
that
y
could be
también para
asked
mis
about
alumnos,
it,
que,
as is
por
always the
ejemplo, y
case.
la que más siempre me pregunto,
To give an example, a
imagínense que
question
no
I
trae
always
consecuencias
get
y
asked:
que el rendimiento
is
se
this
mantiene,
diet
que al final
consequence-free? Imagine
encontramos
it
que somos
were.
capaces de
Imagine it is
superarnos tanto que
consequence-free.
vamos a mantener el
Imagine
rendimiento porque
our
sabemos que no va a mejorar.
performance is
¿Cuál
not
es el
affected,
objetivo? ¿Vamos a ir realmente a competir
positively
en un
or
estado de
negative. Then
cetosis si sabemos que
what
los
is the
hidratos
goal?
de
Do we
carbono
really want to
funcionan mejor
compete
que nada?
in a
¿Por
state of
qué? ¿Para qué?
ketosis?
¿Cuál es el
Why?
beneficio de esto
What's
en
the
un
purpose?
deportista
What's
de
the
alto
benefit
rendimiento?
to that for a
Como siempre,
high-performance
la
athlete?
periodización nutricional entre el low carb
Periodization,
y high
nutritional
carb,
periodization
permite
between
mantener
low
el
carb and high
metabolismo
carb
oxidativo de los hidratos, cosa
allows
que la
us to
dieta
maintain
cetogénica en deportistas de
beta
alto rendimiento
oxidation, but
no va
the
a permitir.
ketogenic diet won't
Y para ir
do it.
terminando, ¿voy bien de tiempo, chicos? No. Ya queda muy poquito, lo prometo.
Okay, there's very little left. So just I'll finish with this famous fast training while fasting. And what does that mean exactly?
Y alguien me contestaba, y hubo varios que me contestaron en forma privada, y muchos me decían, no pusiste depende.
A lot of people are saying, well, it depends.
El tema de definir ayunas es muy complicado, porque
It's a bit difficult to define training while fasting.
Diferentes periodos de tiempo en que
it can be different times of day, different periods. And some people say, well, look, when I take out blood, I can't eat for 8 hours. Other times it's 12 hours. And some people say, well, look, I get up in the morning and I go to train. And the time that the liver is empty. But now, if you train while fasting, people talk about these different conditions, but no, regardless of whether there's carbohydrates in the liver, and we've got the oxidation of fats in the muscles, well, there's another factor, which is how are these glycogen reserves in the muscles? So if I think that I've got my hepatic glycogen, which is keeping the glucose in the blood throughout the night, also remember that muscle tissue is never able to liberate glucose into the blood. So during the night, the hepatic glycogen disappears, and so then I do some exercise, and I'm asking for carbohydrates. Obviously, the muscle ones are going to be used, and the blood glucose is going to be maintained with glucogenesis. So until I do exercise, I'm not going to be stimulating oxidation of fats, perhaps a bit more because it's empty, but not as much as my muscle glycogen were different. So perhaps we need to talk about training in the morning without having breakfast, with the carbohydrate reserves empty. And just to finish, I see what are the aims that we could apply here for a training of this type. Once again, to lose fat, especially with overweight or who are obese. And we could also be used to stimulate the oxidation of lipids. Now, a lot of people ask, especially high-level athletes, is it good for improving my performance? Is it good for health? Well, as long as you do it in a controlled manner, in line with our objective, the evidence shows that it can help to lose fat, and it can also improve fat metabolism. But that doesn't mean it's the only way to do so. Can I do any exercise? The answer is no, as we're saying. Now, we're not going to do high-intensity HIIT like tennis and football when we haven't eaten without any carbohydrates. These sort of intermittent intensity exercises need carbohydrates. So that would be stimulating glucogenesis, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to stimulate oxygenation of fats in explosive exercises, like sprints. Now, what I usually say is you can have caffeine, and that can stimulate the central nervous system, but be careful with milk, sugar, and honey. Also be careful about artificial sweeteners. There are studies that show that there could be a small stimulation of insulin, even without carbohydrates. It's even shown that if we have foods rich in proteins just before training, especially obese patients who don't have this sensation that they haven't had breakfast. And so what they can do is that because they've got amino acids available in the blood, they're not going to improve their performance, but they can reduce the loss of muscle mass by having some proteins. Well, one thing if we don't recover them, we reduce the replacement of glycogen, and this is what happens with overweight and obesity. You don't have carbohydrates straight away afterwards, and the aim there is not performance, but rather to increase the oxidation of fats by not replacing them straight away. Now, those who are connected might laugh, but my conclusion is that everything depends. In this case, it depends also on how I want to periodize. We're also talking about high performance sport as well. It depends on the aim. It depends on who you're working with. And in the end, as always, in nutrition, when I discuss these issues, everything depends on whom it's for, why, how, what for, above all, who. Nutrition needs to be personalized. And it needs to be periodized. Okay, and I'm going to finish with this one of these historical moments of Argentinian sport. Perhaps if you know what it is, then I'll give you a prize. That's all. Thank you very much, and sorry for going over time. I couldn't help it. That was a great presentation. We're behind time, but we're going to make use of the time we have for a few questions. You don't mind? No. I'd love to answer questions. Okay, some of them are asking questions here. And Alberto Bartolomeo Diego asks, and Juan Jose asks, how long can you keep a low carbohydrate diet? Or a young person who's overweight, what would be the best strategy? What nutritional diet? Well, you've mentioned this during the speech, but is there, you could add anything else? Well, yes, I was saying this. If you talk about sport, the most important thing is periodization, and that also depends on your objectives and when the competition is. It's different. It's not the same as if you got it, competition in 1 month. Protocol says that with just 1 week, you can of low carbs, you can improve mitochondrial efficiency. That depends on practice. And then, of course, overweight and obesity is way different. It's just very different. There's going to be time for them to improve the oxidation of carbohydrates when they really want to train again or change the type of training. Often I change the nutritional strategy according to when the training is going to be changed. And that's the key. They're going to start to train. They start with CrossFit, and then we change. And we change the energy substrate. Okay, Luis is asking if in endurance sports with cytogenic diet, how long would you have? Sorry, I don't understand. How much would there be metabolic flexibility for the fats and for the carbohydrates? And would there be a medium-term impact of cytogenic? Luis, his name is Luis Fernando, is asking, or what I understand is that how long would it take to the body to adapt metabolically to use more fats rather than carbohydrates? How long would it take for the body to adapt? And is this a chronic adaptation? That's what I understand from the question. I suppose he's talking about cytoadaptation, when in fact we know that it takes between 4 and 6 weeks. So that's another thing. If you just do an exercise straight away and it requires carbohydrates and you need them straight away and you don't have them, but to use fats rather than carbohydrates, well, as soon as the muscle glucogen and hepatic glycogen, if you've gone for a few weeks, that's it. You start using the lipids. You can't avoid it. The other thing is that if your training is completely deteriorated because the level of intensity is wrong. Okay. Sal Garcia says, these are ambiguous questions, because he's saying, how important in diet for pre-competition, for strength training, do you have any indications for these sorts of diets? But strength training, I suppose, they're referring to powerlifting, but it can also be athletics as well, can't it? Yes, it can be. Well, in general, just to generally reply, if your energy substrate is going to be carbohydrates, then you don't need to improve oxidation of fats. Why are you going to improve oxidation of fats for a sprint in a sprinter? Why are you going to do that? What for? Why are you going to improve oxidation of fats in someone who's lifting weights? I think that kind of answers the question. It depends. Like when athletes will spend 6 months without doing sport, like in the COVID situation, then they work on their bodies. That's one thing. That's different, because then they're doing aerobic training and they're okay. Catalina, I think it's more of a question than confirmation. She says one option could be to do exercise in the afternoon with glucose available, and the next day to do it while fasting. Yes, that's quite similar to the high carb high carb sleep low strategy. So you in the afternoon with a high level of hydrocarbs, you don't then replace them, and then the next day, yes, while fasting. And Camila says, for endurance training, could you apply the slip and dry high? Well, at altitude, you have to be very careful, because the oxygenation of fats increases. So you can, but you have to be very careful. You have to see how your iron is, how you're training, what level of oxygenation of fats the athlete has. You can, but you have to be a lot more careful. It's not the same thing at altitude, especially when the person is not yet well adapted to altitude. You have to do it bit by bit. Okay, if it's okay, I'll have a last question. This is kind of slightly changing the subject. Juliet, she says if you can make any recommendations for periodization in CrossFit. In CrossFit? Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know any specific study for CrossFit. I'll have to look for that, because I think I have a folder there somewhere on that. But CrossFit, well, especially women in CrossFit, there's almost nothing. What you do have in CrossFit is CrossFit for men. I have something there, I think. I'll look for it. Okay. Well, look. Now, as we said, the speakers are very much available. So we'll have the last question. Carlos Ruiz Perez says, thank you. How long do the diet adaptations to low carb last in the intestine? Yes, that's what he's asking. How long do the adaptations to a low carb diet tend to last in the intestines? Well, in 5 days. Well, you have to be careful about adaptation and the difference between adaptation and activation. In 5 days, if you reduce carbs and you train, in 5 days, you're activating fat oxidation. That doesn't mean you adapted, though. It's quite different. Because on the 6th day, as the study shows, you recover your carbs, you weren't able to use them. But if you start to eat carbs in a week, you go back to hydrocarbs. So you're not adapted cytogenically. So you can't activation and adaptation on the same thing. To adapt, you need more time than for cytogenics. Okay. And in what planning period for marathon would you include low carbs to improve your performance? And what point? It depends. It depends. It depends. It depends on the marathon runner. It depends on their body structure. It depends on how they're training. It's very much, it depends on the person. I've worked in so many different disciplines and a lot of different athletes within the same discipline. So you can't apply the same strategy to any of them. Very good. Okay, well, look, Noelia, I don't want to take away more of your time because we're supposed to have to finish before 9 and we're very, very close to that. So it's been a great pleasure. I always like ending with you because, no, we can't go out for drinks afterwards now because of COVID, but hopefully we'll be able to go for a beer in future. And, well, I have a drink here. It's a glass of wine, actually. Okay, well, look, it's been a pleasure. And I hope that we'll see each other during these days. And because you see a lot of your colleagues here. Yes, that's yeah. And I see them all on Instagram anyway. So yes, thank you very much for the information. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you very much, Noelia. Have a good evening. Same to you. Have a good evening. Bye-bye. Okay, so it's been a great day, as you've seen. Tomorrow, we're going to have another a session on training and health. Today's been a wonderful day, and tomorrow is going to be wonderful as well. In a different area, you have experts in strength. You have people for preparation and adaptation for the first division team. We're going to have a physiotherapist from the World Championships in triathlon, Mario Mola. So tomorrow, we're going to have a great day. We've also got the new trainer of Javiguera, Jesus Alvarez, and Lucia, one of the best scientists in the world, who's going to talk about training in children. So don't miss out on it tomorrow. It's been a great pleasure, and I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. So that's it. Good evening, or good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.